Thank you, Ali sir. Guys, first of all, you are all here on a Sunday, so give yourselves a huge round of applause. Now, there are some other people here as well on a Sunday. The people who will be cleaning the premises, the people who are helping us with the tech from Tech Mahindra, our cameraman, and obviously the IBC team. Give them a huge round of applause, please. Don't be lazy. Don't be lazy. We are here because of them. Right. So, how many of you have seen the group forms? Alright, let me do it this way. How many of you have not seen the group forms? It's alright? It's alright? Okay, raise your hands. I need to know to get a context of how this has to move. Okay, just that bench. Are you guys on Discord? Just go inside, go to the resources and FAQ section, you'll see it there. Guys next to them, please help. Please guide. How many of you went home and studied? That's nice, amazing. It's a decent number of hands. How many of you will go home today and study? Yeah, that's aspirational. Everybody thinks that we'll go home and study. Okay, so Salah sir is here, and once again, a huge round of applause for him. So about the team formation and everything, you'll be getting more information during the day. As of now, what we'll do is we'll move on to continue the session on Rust, move on to Substrate, as much as we can cover. How many of you have installed the setup yesterday or are done? Okay, again, another way I'll have to do it. How many of you have not installed? Guys, raise your hand, then only I'll be able to help, right? Alright, so 1, 2, 3. Raise your hands properly so I can see, I can come to you and then help you out. Alright, there's a good number here. Anybody here has not installed in the system? Okay, anybody here? Okay. Here? Alright. Okay, perfect. So what I'll do is I'll bring the pen drive and we'll set it up. Salva sir? Set up the system. संभाल ओके लाओ आप प्लीज कैरी। ओके आप रख दो, मैं कनेक्ट करता हूँ। आप यहाँ चलो। लीव इट।
Because no one is in the front row, everyone is in back.
A lot of people are missing. You see, something. हाँ हाँ सही बात। अरे चलो तुम बच्चे आए
अचानक इतने क्लास की
क्या लगता है क्या
Okay, so first thing, How many of you actually looked for this book, How to Solve It by Computer? Please raise your hands. Fully? Yes. What about others? Busy? Good. This is the age to be busy. No, I don't mind about that. But just keep in mind to get hold of this book and read through it, and it's very easy to understand. It's not difficult at all. Okay. And yesterday, one student came up to me regarding DSA. Okay. So there's a very nice book on DSA as well. So I just wanted to tell you about that as well before again. Hopefully, internet keeps working.
This is a book. I'm sorry. Data structures using C by Tenenbaum. How many of you have heard about this book? Okay, good. It's a very, very nice book. It's a fantastic book for beginners. But again, remember, data structures, people tend to feel that it is difficult. Okay, but it's not so. Again, remember, it just needs, proper thinking about that. And actually, where we go missing is that we read it from the book, but we never try the code. We just try to understand the code also. Okay, and that's where things go wrong. And fundamentally, if you really want to become masters of data structures, you should always have a notebook or paper and a pencil, draw the diagrams. It's only through those drawings you will get insight as to how the data structures actually work and how you need to build logic or how you can write your own code to build a certain data structure, whether it is a linked list or a doubly linked list or a circular list or whatever may be the case. Okay? Right. So let's proceed further. So we are back in our virtual machine. So yesterday I showed you how to use the manual command to find out a command for doing something that you want to do. Like it could be deleting files or it could be, let's say listing the directories. So what was the command? Man -small k followed by whatever string that you want to search for. Okay? So for instance, let me just give you an idea. Okay, so if you say this rm, remove files or directories. Okay, you see this particular line? Are you all able to see till the last row? Is it comfortable to read? Yes or no? Okay. Any no's here? Just raise your hand. Any no? Okay, that's good. So now that we know rm command is for removing files and directories, how do I use it? So what do you do next? Thank you, ma'am. So how to go about it next? So then use the man command, man rm. Okay. So if you see, this is the structure, this is the standard format of the manual pages under Linux. Okay. So you will find RM, and then there is something called one written here. Okay. Right. These are called as info pages categories. Okay. So that's the number. So the commands are actually categorized into category 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I think probably there are 7 of them. And in the name you will find name of the command and what it does, remove files or directories. You see, this is exactly the string which actually appeared in the man-k command, right? So essentially when you use man-k, what it does, it goes into the manual pages and only looks at the string looking for, like say, files, directories, or whatever search string that you have given. And then you just go down and look at all the options. Okay, and in the C also section you will find some of the commands which are related to that, so you can get more information about this. Okay, now there is an associated command to get help, and basically it's kind of a tutorial of sorts. And in fact, what I would recommend, ladies, I am talking here, team number 29. Please maintain decorum. I know you are desperate to talk to each other, but right now this technicalities you will lose. Okay, right. So, so there is an associated command which actually works kind of a like tutorial here. Okay, and that is the command called info. Oh, it's not there, but on Debian based distributions you will find this. Of course, you can always install this if you want to do so. So I'm not going to do that right now. It requires internet to connect to the repositories and download that. But in Ubuntu and all, many of the distributions you'll get this info command. So when you type info, then it shows categories of commands. You can browse through them using the tab key, and then just hit enter, and it will open up, and so on and so forth. Okay. Now, when you're looking at a manual page, how do you close the manual page? You need to press the key Q. Q is for quit. Okay? Right. Okay, so let's get back to our Rust thing. Huh. Okay. Okay, so yesterday we saw the for loop, right? Which has two different forms. So one is the regular for loop, and the other one is where you can use this as an iterator loop. So we're going to talk about iterators. So yesterday we did this one, right? So this is names.iter. So this is the iterator picked from the names collection. And what is that collection? It's basically a vector of strings, right? What is a vector? Vector is nothing but it's just a data structure which works like arrays. However, there is one difference, and that is this is a dynamic array. It can grow and shrink. Okay, but the regular arrays are statically allocated. When you say something is statically allocated, it means the size is fixed during compile time itself, not the runtime, compile time itself. So the compiler actually knows what is the size of that array. Okay, it has got fixed number of elements. And the compiler can actually evaluate what is the size of each element, multiply by the number of elements, and then get the total size of the array. So the difference is the vector behaves exactly like an array, but this is a dynamic array which can grow and shrink. And also, just like an array, your vector can only store elements of the same type. Okay? You cannot have a vector with the one string and another integer and then a boolean or something like that. You can't combine. Okay? So don't think of it like a Python list where you can, mish and mash everything together, right? So you think whenever you look at a vector is a dynamic array. So it's just like an array, only it's dynamic. When you say dynamic, it means it is talking about the dynamism in terms of the size. It can grow and it can shrink. That's it. Okay. So when you want to basically iterate through each and every element in the array or the vector, sorry, so you have to use iterators to do that. So for that, there are three different kinds of iterators available. One is the regular iterator, okay, which gives you access to every element. Now we'll also see other iterators. So I hope you are able to read that to a certain extent, or do you want me to increase the font size a bit further? Is this comfortable? This is a web page, so I can't do anything other than, Okay, so apart from iter, which happens to be the regular iterator, see here, this is the iter. You also have into iter and then iter mute. Okay? The difference between these three is very simple actually. See, iter simply iterates through and gives you access to every element. But if you say into iter, what it does is it actually retrieves the element and throws it away. So if you use into iterator on a vector, after the entire loop is done with, the vector becomes empty. Okay? The vector becomes empty. So basically it is not giving you access, it is retrieving the element out of the vector and then giving it to you. Do whatever you want. If you want, then you put it back. Otherwise, it's all gone. Okay? And we do need that at times. Okay? There are a lot of applications where you scan through some list. While scanning, you also retrieve the elements out of the list itself. So in a sense, if you scan through the entire list, what will happen? The list will become empty. Right? So that's what into iter does. So you can see here, if I use into iter, okay, and see what happens. Okay, if I put into iter, save this and run it. How do you run? Cargo run. Expected str and found this. Oh, so there is a difference. You cannot do this. Comment out this line. Okay. So essentially, yeah, because into iter would mean it's actually consuming the elements, right? Now see, we are getting in. This error originates in the macro create format, which comes from the expansion of the macro, blah, 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 blah. So essentially what is happening, it's actually having problem with the, see, where is the error coming from? It's actually here. See what happened. It is borrow of moved values. So when you use into iter, there is nothing wrong with the code as such, except for the fact that I am trying to print out the names vector which is already empty. Why this has become empty is because when you use into iter, what it does, it consumes the value. So essentially it will actually remove the element, whatever it is accessing from the vector. Okay? That's the reason now println no longer works. Why? The names is empty. It can't handle an empty list. Okay, it cannot print an empty vector. That's where the problem is. Okay? So, however, if I just say comment this line, and if I try to run this, You see? You are a C++ programmer, hello Frank, there is a rustation among us, right? And hello Rohita also, I should not forget Rohita there. Right, okay, so again this is scrolling problem. Okay, right? So this is how an into iterator works. The other iterator is the mute iterator. So you have iter mute. What it does, iter mute can actually change the contents in place. When you say something in place, that means the vector is there, you are accessing the element and making the changes then and there. That's called in place changes. Okay, so this mutably borrows each element from the collection, allowing for the collection to be modified in place. This is what iter mute is. Okay, so we can actually make change. Okay. So what we are doing here is like this. So I'll just copy this code and put it over there. Okay. So essentially what we are doing is we are using iter mute, okay, and what it gives you is a mutable, what is this, ampersand str, string slice. When you use ampersand str, it means it's a string slice, and it is a mutable string slice, which would mean that we can team number 20, team number 20, good thing you have team placard number names put up in front of you. It's very easy for me to address you in together. Guys, please listen. Okay, by the way, how many of you know Rust? You know Rust? Rust programming. To what extent? Okay. I saw a couple of more hands. How many of you know Rust programming? Basics. But did you know this, the code that you're seeing right now? Okay. Then it's all the more important that actually when I am showing you something, you actually, concentrate on what is going on in here, rather than chit-chatting among yourselves. Okay? Otherwise, you will have to do self-learning, believe me, and that's going to take you a great deal of time. So the choice is yours. Anyway, so let's go back. So you can see the return type that is given out of iterator is completely different. All the three iterators give you three different types. Okay, one gives you a reference to this thing slice. Another gives you access to a reference to a slice. This one gives you reference to a mutable slice. Okay, so they're all different because it has to be mutable, because the whole point is that we are going to make changes to it. So when you say for name in names.itermute, so when it is it is iterating through the list, when there's a match, okay, match of name. So what you do is you return if it is Ferris, then in that case this is a rustation among us, and otherwise it will change it to hello. So basically what is going to happen is you have Bob, Frank and Ferris, and so for Bob and Frank this would be the match, and what will be returned? Only the string hello. And for Ferris this would be the match, right? Again remember, the string Ferris has to be annotated with mutable reference, okay, and then and what it returns for this value is this string. So all these three strings will get replaced. So this will become hello, this will become hello, and this will become there's a rustation among us. Okay, so the vector is changing in place. You are essentially editing the vector and making changes to it. So let's run this and see. See there, what happened? This is what has happened. But how do you build a vector out of it? So essentially whatever is being returned, we again, so names. So what you do is names is the actual vector, okay? And name is a reference out of that vector. So to make the changes, because it's a reference, so what you do, you use the dereference operator, star name. Again, remember, it will take you some amount of practice to understand how this whole thing works. You can think of this as a kind of similar to how you use it in C and C++, okay? So you take this string and then you assign it to star name, which is the dereference. That means you are actually accessing the contents, because name is a reference. Star name would be the content at that location, right? And you are assigning the string to that location. So essentially what is happening, so in place editing is happening, so the vector is actually changing there. Okay? This is just like C and C++. So some of the concepts from C, C++ you can actually utilize here. So, but if you are a first time programmer and try to learn Rust, I'm telling you that's not the way you should do that. Someone asked me yesterday, do you really think if suppose someone wants to learn programming, should they start learning programming using Rust? My answer would be a big no. A big no. Okay? So you have to understand something. You see, the question that was put up was how to learn programming. There's a difference. So when you want to learn programming, it's all about building logic, being able to solve problems and write it into code. Rust is not suitable as a tool to do that, because its syntax has got some wild animals behind it, so you have to tame the beast, right? So what I said was, the best approach is, if you want to learn programming to start with, don't start Rust as your first language, never do that. You'll end up wasting so much of time, okay? Instead, you see, so you use Python as your tool because it's easy to learn. Its syntaxes are easy, and you can learn programming. You see, what people tend to forget is that learning programming, they think, okay, learn a language and we know programming. No, programming is about given a problem, you solve it all by yourself, come up with the exact steps how you need to do, in what sequence it needs to be done in order to solve a problem. That is what programming is all about, developing the programs, not learning a language, its elements and its syntax. Okay? It delves deeper than that. So what you do, you use a tool which is easy to learn, and then using that tool learn programming, then come to this language. That would be a much better approach. Much better approach. Okay? Right. Any questions here, please? Regarding iterators? Any questions? How many of you know Java? Okay. Have you heard iterators in that? The collection framework heavily uses that. Okay? Heavily uses that. And again, Java has all assortment of iterators, forward only iterators, backward iterators, okay, mutable iterators, where you can make changes in place. So this is the same thing, but you see the syntax is built in such a way that it actually reflects the underlying low level language, characteristics of Rust, which is what makes, the syntax quite different from what you are actually used to. Java abstracts away all the, nuances of utilizing them. And so for a programmer, it's very easy. They don't have to go down to the system level and think about that. Okay? Yes? No, you can give any name. No. It makes sense. A book in a list of books, it makes sense, right? So that's the reason we use it like that. Other than that, this iterator can be named anything. Say, I can just change this to any name I want. Suppose I can say XYZ, it will still work. Okay? It's just a variable. It's just a variable. But always remember, there's a rule, there's an underlying rule which says that, you should name your variables according to what they are doing so that it's easy for anybody to follow along. That's the whole point behind this. Okay? Yeah, it's a good question because sometimes people do have this confusion. If the vector is names, do I need to call the iterator name, the singular version of it? No. Okay. In fact, there is no need for you to call this also names. I can call it as A and the iterator as B. Okay. These are just variable names. But then the variable names should be commensurate with the data that they store or the purpose for which you are using. So it just makes understanding the program easier. That's all. Any other question, please? No, he has a valid point. He has a valid point. Okay? So if I put this as A and then B, then I have to remember, okay, oh, A is the actual list vector and B is the iterator. But if it is names and name, I know exactly what it means. So it's very easy to comprehend. Because you see, I'll tell you, practically what happens is, when you're working in an organization, you have written some program, okay, you leave the organization, somebody else comes and sits in your chair. He or she has to refer to your code in order to add features. So if the code is understandable, it's easy for, doing any modifications to that code base. There's a whole point behind that. It is just for making programs more understandable. Star name means dereference, because you see this name is a reference. So reference means a pointer. And whatever match returns is a string. That's the content. So how do you access a content of a pointer? By putting a star in front of it. I'm talking about C and C++. It's the same thing that's happening. So I'm taking this name pointer, dereferencing it. By dereferencing, I'm accessing the location, and then whatever data I want, I can put it over there. Any other question, please? Okay. So let's look at how match actually works, okay? In a regular training program, I would actually write the code right in front of you, but because of dearth of time, I will just copy and paste. And also, I'm taking it from the Rust book because that way it will be easy for you when you refer back, okay? So, because right now the whole point is you have to learn it in a very short period of time. So let me explain what this does. So there are a lot of comments in there, okay? So as I mentioned, what is the equivalent of match in C, C++ or Java? Is a switch statement, right? Okay. But in case of Rust, what happens is match is more of a regular expression matching, okay? It uses regular expression matching. So the inner workings are very, very powerful compared to a regular switch statement. Now you can see this. So suppose, for instance, we have a number, okay, a variable called number, and it's got value 13. And what we want to do is, so tell me about this number, and so this match. Inside this match, you can actually match a single value by using a value like this 1 and then print 1, something like that, okay? Oh man, this help system is actually, okay. You can also match several values. This you can't do in a case statement. Switch case you can't do that. You can only do by writing multiple cases and then writing one single block of code, right? So, 2 or, so this vertical bar that you see, pipe symbol, that is OR. 2 or 3 or 5 or 7 or 11, and then you print line, it's prime. Again, remember, you have to end your cases with commas, not semicolons. Be very mindful about that. It's a very common mistake even I made in the initial days of Rust programming. Then, try adding 13 to the list of prime values. So, you can also say like this, okay, you can use range of values, 13 to 19 inclusive. You cannot do this in a simple switch statement, right? Imagine if you were to do that, you have to write case 13, case 14, case 15, case 16, case 17, case 18, case 19. Imagine how many cases you'll have to write. But because match uses regular expression, I can give you ranges. So if the range is 13 to 19 inclusive, you see there, dot dot equal to, it means it's an inclusive range. Okay? So generally what happens is, you see, in mathematics we have inclusive, exclusive, exclusive. There are 4 different types. But in general programming what happens is, the starting value is always inclusive. Okay, so that's why we only talk about the ending value. So we say this is inclusive range, it means ending value is inclusive, or exclusive would mean that the ending value is exclusive. So here this is, so for ending value I am putting up an equal to in front of it, it makes this as inclusive range. So I say print line 18, and for the rest of the case, this is the don't care condition. You can see the power of this match statement, right? You can see the power there. So even though it looks similar to switch case, but it is much more powerful compared to that. Okay? Remember one thing, if there are any overlaps, let's say for instance, up to 11 and I put or 13 also, what would happen? I say 2 or 5 or 7 or 11 or 13. Then what will happen? It will simply print this is a prime, because even though I have a 13 here, but match will always match in the sequence in which you have given. Once a match is found, that's it. Remaining matches, expressions will not be evaluated. It will simply come out. Okay? So overlaps you need to try and avoid. Okay? Okay, there is one more example in here. So for Boolean values, you can match on false and true, obviously. Okay? And you can print the Boolean value and the binary value. So I have a binary. I am just calling it as binary, but it's actually an integer 32. Okay? And then we are matching it. So this binary I32, okay, and we are matching a variable called Boolean, which we have set as true. So what will happen? This would be the match, and you will get a 1, and that 1 is assigned to binary, because I am using the result of the match expression. So actually match is not a statement, it's an expression, sometimes also called as operator. So whatever it returns, that is what is going to get stored in this value binary. Okay? So now let's run this and see. I haven't saved it. See? Tell me about 13 and then a teen. And then let's see, let's go down below. True. And it says 1. Okay? So here it's saying that suppose what happens if I am setting it to true, but the match operator is not having a match there. So I'll just comment this line. Okay, so there is no match. Why there is no match? Because it is matching the value Boolean, okay, and Boolean has got the value true. But then again you start seeing errors in here. It says missing match arm, true not covered, right? So it actually knows if you are trying to match a Boolean value, you need to match for a false as well as for true. So match does have this. Okay, so which would mean similarly here also, you always need to have a don't care condition there, right? Just like in regular matches. So Booleans have only two values, true and false. So if true is not covered by any means, then in that case you're going to get this error. So you cannot do this. So let's uncomment this out. So what if I put in place of true, I put it as underscore. Okay? Then it is satisfied. It knows that okay, this don't care condition will take care of the true state. Okay? So you don't have to explicitly write true, just write false as one match and the other one is don't care, so don't care would only mean true. Then the compiler doesn't report any error. Okay? But it's always good to be explicit. It's always good to be explicit. Okay? It makes your code a little bit cleaner and clearer to read. Nobody had to make any assumptions. Okay? As to what this don't care condition actually means. Right. So it's easy to interpret that when it is Boolean, because you only have two states, true and false. Okay, any questions here? Any questions, please? I'm not seeing any questions from this half of the room at all. Not one single question from this side. Yes? This one? Yeah. So getting true 1. So if you look at the print statement, so the Boolean value is true and the binary value is 1. Okay? Right, any other question, please? No, this is coming from the, the code editor's extensions, just to indicate that which curly brace ends what and so on. So it's just a clue. It's not part of this thing, code. Yes. This automatically comes up. This is from the extension. It is only indicating you that which closing curly brace ends what. So that it's easy, because you see, if you have hundreds of lines of code, it will be easy for you to actually ensure and make sure that okay, this ending curly brace belongs to that starting curly brace. Because you cannot see hundreds of lines of code in one single screen full of text, right? It's just a helper there. So this is coming from the extensions that have been installed. Okay, to make your life easy. In fact, this extension does this also. You see, I32 and this bool, okay, it has got a background, which means I have not typed it. It automatically inferred and put it over there. But again, remember, the actual source code, if you see, I'll show you. I'll come to the I'll go to the terminal window and you see, there is nothing in it. See here. So you see, this I never wrote bool or I32 here. It's just that extension adds this for you to make your life easy and understand what data type it has inferred and so on and so forth. So sometimes it can be very useful. Okay. So actual code is this. The editor actually adds additional stuff. Okay, what the compiler has actually interpreted it as, or rather inferred it as. Okay. Any other question, please? Okay. So first off, just to avoid these warnings, this annotation has been put up. Allow unused variables. Okay. So we have a function main. Okay. There is this function main, and from the function main we are calling the fizzbuzz2. Okay, and we are passing in the value 100 over there. Okay, so now if you see, here is the fizzbuzz2. So when you give 100, it actually runs the fizzbuzz function. You see here, okay, on line 37, it's calling the fizzbuzz function, passing in the n. And what is this n? It's actually in the range of 1 to this n. Okay. And this is what the value 100 is coming into. So 1 to 100, it's going to actually, so 100 times it's going to iterate, and every time it's going to pass in one value into the fizzbuzz function. Fizzbuzz function, what it does, it's the same fizzbuzz program that we saw earlier, but now this time around it's been divided into functions. So what it does, if the value of n is divisible by, and then again LHS and RHS is given, NN15, NN3, NN5. So what we have done is we have actually created another is divisible by function. Okay. Now, so let me just give you a simpler example of this. So for now I will just take all the code out here. We have a function main, and let's say again, remember, I am actually making a couple of mistakes deliberately for you to show, what people, when they are initiated into Rust, what kind of mistakes that they make. Okay. So first thing first. The function parameters, you see what it says, syntax error, missing type for function parameters. So the function parameters, whatever you use inside of the function, they have to be explicitly, okay, provided a data type. Now the reason why I am showing you this is because when you are using the let statement to assign some value to a variable, at that time there is no need for you to define mention the data type, isn't it? However, if you are using variables as function parameters, then they have to be explicitly mentioned. Why? Because Rust is strongly typed. It needs to know what type of values, okay, what data type of values it actually takes in as the arguments. So your function parameters need to be explicit about their data type. So let's say I have, say, I32. Now it's satisfied. See, the error is gone. So I create a function in here. I just create a variable. So let x is assigned say 77, something like this. Okay, I'm sorry, typo. And then I just call this function show and then pass in x. I'll start with simple and then go on to a little complex situations. Okay, right. So now if you want to run this, simply go there and say cargo run. The value of n is 77. This is working just fine, right? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. See, in Rust what happens is the functions need not be defined in a specific order. Okay? Yes, you can use the function and have the definition later in the source file. Okay? Okay. Now why you are asking this question is because you come from, if you are coming from C, C++, Java background, you will run into problems because the compiler does top to bottom compilation. So so the pre-compiler also doesn't collect these functions in specific order. Okay, so the rule there is that when a compiler is seeing at some symbol, when you say symbol, it's the name of a variable, okay, or some entity. It can be a variable or a function. So the compiler must have seen that before it sees its actual use. So if you are trying to call a function, it should have already seen that function beforehand. This is the reason we use forward declarations. So that means before the function itself in C, what you do, you just write the function signatures, right? That is called as forward declaration. So that the compiler has already seen. Okay. So whereas in Rust, you don't need to do that. The functions can be defined in any order. Team 26. Deepak, you made my life very easy, man. Okay. Right. Yeah, actually I can see most of you are actually chit-chatting, but it is at your own loss. And I cannot do anything about it. So I am actually working for those who are actually listening. Okay. Okay, so now let's go ahead. Now suppose I want a function that returns a value. Okay. So let's define a function. Let's call a very simple function. Okay. Double it. Okay. And then I pass in a value, let's say n, which happens to be i32. And in here I can just, so what I am trying to do is whatever value I receive, its double value I will return. You can give return n times 2. And I can now here use that. I'll just say show and then double it and pass in the value of x. A function call within a function call. This is a functional paradigm. Okay, so now let's run this and see. Oh, it's showing some errors. Okay. Mismatch 30 types. Yeah. Okay. So when you want to return a value, okay, instead of the return statement, okay, return value from a function, you can return it like this, or better still, what you can do, you can just take this out and just write it as an expression. That's it. So the last expression in a function will actually be the return value. Okay, now it says mismatch types, expected this, found this. Now why? The reason being, actually if you want to return a value, then the syntax for the function is that you have to put an arrow in there showing that what you are trying to return, and then you have to give I32. This the syntax. So now if I save this, it's gone. So you can write it as, so whatever value you want to return, just write it as an expression, fine. You can also use the return statement, that is also available. So that would be a statement. So if you want to use return, you will have to write it like this. Return, and then you need to put a semicolon at the end. Okay? But almost all rustaceans, they don't use this return statement. What they do is they simply write the expression and leave it at that. There is less amount of typing there. Okay? Of course, initially when I came from C, C++, Java background, I used to use heavily this return statement in Rust. But then later on, slowly I switched over to expression syntax. Okay? Again, it's a matter of choice. I mean, both these two are equivalent. The only thing is you have to remember, when you want to give a return statement, you have to give a semicolon at the end. If it's an expression, don't put any semicolon, otherwise you'll get all sorts of compiler errors. Okay, so now let's run this and see. See? Value of n 77, value of n 154, it's the double value. So far so good? Now it's only when you want to make changes to the argument that's been passed that things start getting a little complex. Okay? So for instance, I want this doublet to actually double the value of the argument that was passed. What I want to do is that I want to double the value of whatever was passed inside of it. Now in such a scenario, how will you do that? So let's say ten times however, what it does is that whatever value you have passed in, it simply makes it 10 times the value. So the question, yeah. Right. So there are a couple of ways of doing it. Okay. One, first of all, okay. Now suppose I want to do something of this sort. Okay. I want to do, I'll say okay, n is n times 10. So basically this is what I want to do. Okay. That's my intent. Sorry? No, it's not an expression, it's a statement, assignment statement. It's an assignment statement. So first off, okay, so whatever is being passed, I want to make it 10 times, right? So it clearly tells you cannot assign to immutable argument n, which means that my argument needs to be mutable, right? So now you see there is the extensions that have been installed, they give you a lot of information. So they also give you what is called as a quick fix. So you can check this, whether it is able to. Consider making this binding mutable. Okay, and if you click on this, it automatically makes those changes that's required. So now when I save this error is gone. Okay. Now, okay, this is again warning, okay, no problem. So it just says that, you know, function 10 times is never used. That's fine, we will use it. Okay. Right. So now, 10 times, so let's create a variable, say another variable, let y is assigned say 5, okay, and I'll just say print line before calling function y is and then I call the function 10 times and then I will print this value all over again. So between these two print lines, I am going to call 10 times. 10 times and I pass in the value of y. Okay. So that warning is gone, but again remember, value assigned to n is never used. Oh, there is again a warning. Okay. So if I want to do it like this, now let's run this and see, it is taking this value y. So if I run this, before calling also the value is y, the value is 5, and after calling also it's the value is the same thing. So what you need to do, so you have this concept of this pass by value and pass by reference, you would have heard about it in function calls, right? Isn't it? So how do we implement that? Okay. So what you do is, so basically you want to change the value of y. So obviously this value of y needs to be mutable. That's first thing, right? So is one thing, and also what we want is, we want to pass a reference to the variable, then only we can make the changes. So what we need to do is, we need to take this as a mutable reference. So how do you do that? So not only I want the value to be mutable, but also to be a mutable reference. And I'm sorry, I think this. So I will show you this whole concept in here. We'll take up a simple one. Oh, the internet is gone. Let's try this again.
It's working now?
Yeah. No, it is working. Okay, so when you're using functions, okay, when you're passing in parameters, there's example that we have already seen where we can pass the function. What else? I did see some useful stuff in here. So if you see this Rust book, there this ownership model is clearly explained, okay, very beautifully using all these examples. And you should definitely read through this, okay. So here are the mutable references. So if you want to do that, what we do is we want this to be a mutable reference. So I can do something like this. Okay. Mismatch types expected. Okay. So the whole concept of mutable references is like this. Okay. Let's say for instance you have a string, okay. You have created a mutable string and you want to change it. So what you do is you basically pass a mutable reference of the string. That means through this you want to make changes to the string. And here in the function change, you take the string hello and then this is also a mutable string. And then what you do basically is that you use whatever changes you want to do, you can do that. So following this pattern, if I want to do the same thing with my integer type, so what I can do, I can say, sorry, and then so I'll say this n is a mutable reference to an I32 if I do it like this, okay. So sorry, I have to put ampersand in front of it. Oh God, I keep reference to mutable I32 and then I can make changes, okay. And so when you want to do this cannot multiply mut32 by an integer, so you have to convert it, you have to take basically the dereference and stuff like that. So we'll take this given example of this string in here and then later we can do this. So what you can do is you just copy this and then I'll explain this what's going on in there. Okay, so now I can see, so what is happening? We have a string with initial value of hello, right? And then we put this change and then some string, and then what we want to do is we want to change the string itself. So this has to be a mutable reference, okay? And so the function will take a mutable reference to a string, and then the string has a push str method which can push another string into it, and we are pushing world to the original string hello, okay. And now if you print it out, you will get the changed value. So let's see, so what we'll do is, let's say and we are going to print the string before calling the function, and after calling this we'll call the function again, or we'll call the println macro. Now let's run this and see. See, before it is hello and after it is hello world. Okay? Right. Any questions here, please? So this is pass by reference kind of a thing. Okay? This is working like a pass by reference. Yes? No, I could not hear you. Can you take the mic, please?
We have used the change function right here. So it has to be changed the hello world to the world, replaced.
Yeah, again, refer to the line number.
15.
Line number 15, yes. So what's your question?
We have used the change function in the change function, right? So the value of hello will be changed to the world.
No, we are doing a push string. Push means adding another string to the end of the existing string.
Thank you.
Okay? We are not changing the original string. In a sense that we are not replacing the original string, we are adding another string to it. Any other question, please?
Sir, please carry on.
Yeah. So I was thinking, can we have a short break?
Yeah, we can.
Huh?
Yeah.
Sure. Meanwhile, we have mentors for you to help you out. So if you are having any issues, so they can come and help you out. So just raise your hands and they'll be available. Team, please turn off the projection, please.
Yeah, so guys, how many of us are not on Discord as of now? Please raise your hand. No, I mean, I'll help you out on how to join it. Yeah, thank you. Anyone here who's not on Discord yet? Yeah. Yeah, please. Yeah, so the importance of Discord is all the communication that is supposed to go to you will be going there. So if you're not on Discord, you're missing out. And a lot of questions that you need to ask here, you can also ask on Discord. So we'll have our expert answer that as well. Yeah, so let's reconvene after 10 minutes. Thank you.
have to use this, the control structures built in the manual. You cannot use
as well. So for starters, what we'll do is people who don't have ideas, raise your hand. Yeah, okay. So what Hitesh sir will do is he'll take a walk around, okay, and you can raise your hands to him, and he will come to you one by one and try to help you in getting an idea. All right? Okay.
I will explain that. I will explain that. What else?
And how we are forming the teams.
Yes. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. How is it going? Sunday? So there are a few clarifications I want to do before we talk about several things. One is we have finally sort of curated our program and have a more sensible way of creating teams, which works with everybody else. So as I said, we have Group A, Group B, and Group C. How many people have actually seen which group they are in? Who are in Group A? Group A. And are you sitting with your teams? Are you sitting with your teams? Can all the Group A migrate over to this side? All the Group A with your teams migrate to this side. Who is in Group B? Group B. Can all the Group B move to the middle? Let's just make it more, clear for all of us. Group A to the first, Group B in the center. Well, till you guys are, who is Group C? All the Group C have to be here and here. So let's see if this will work. And there are some people who obviously are looking to make a change, etc. I will discuss that in a second, but let's make sure we have Group A. Group A and B should be in these two corridors. A and B, and then these two are C. Quickly. Okay, how about I count tick tick 1, tick tick 2, only 10 ticks. Tick tick 3, tick tick 4, tick tick 5, girl on the cell phone, tick tick 6, tick tick 7, tick tick 8, tick tick 9. Not very hard. A, B, C. Come on. Faster. Faster. Confusions. Okay, guys. No chatting. Move quickly, please. Okay. A, B, or A and B. You can sit here also if you like. A and B should be in these two rows, in these two columns rather. A and B can sit in any of these. A and B can sit in any of these. This is only for C. This is only for C. So Deepak, can you just see what the confusion is, because I don't know what people are talking about. Guys at the back, is there a confusion? A, B, come on, quickly, settle down, faster. Guys, C, faster, come forward, please. Settle down, everyone. If you are group A or B, you can sit in any of these columns. Okay. Excuse me at the back. Orange t-shirt, red t-shirt. You guys are you're almost trolling. I want you to move fast. Are you A, B, or C? A, B, or C? Sit in the C. No problem. Sit in the C. Hey, Deepak, have we shared the list with everybody? Okay, so everybody knows what group they are for now. Okay. At the back, any confusions there? If you are C on the other 3 rows, if you're A or B here, A or B here. If you don't know which group you are, then you should come to this side. Right now, let's follow what you have been given in the file. Deepak, right now we are following what's been given in the file. This is all C. All right, so let's see a show of hands. A, if you are A or B, raise your hands. If you are A or B, raise your hands. So all A or B should be in these 2 columns. Okay? If you are C, raise your hand. If you are C, raise your hand. So no C's from there. Why are people standing at the back? If people like are people. Okay. These are all C. Raise your hand. C one more time. Higher. Great. So now we have I'll tell you what's the difference between A, B, or C. Again, A and B teams already have an idea. So all of you people who don't have an idea, raise your hands. In these 2. You don't have an idea, then how are you in A or B? Do you have a team that has an idea? Are you in the A or B group? Are you in A? Then you filled out the form wrong. And the person left. Okay, so one more time, guys. If you have a team that has an idea, then you're okay here. If you have a team, if you don't have a team and you don't have an idea, raise your hands. Just 2 of you? How many people? Okay, so, and I'm going to ask this clarification. Did your team members change teams? Yes, sir. Okay. Everyone, now, that was not the deal. If you have a team which had an idea, you switching the teams is an unfair choice. How many people, can you raise the hands who are now no idea here? In group A, raise your hands. Higher, I want to know. How many people don't have an idea in group A or B? Okay, group A or B. Are you in group B? Wait, group B you cannot not have an idea because you will have a team member which is orange who has an idea. All orange, names, raise hands. You were marked orange. And all orange should be part of the team that you have an idea. So you have been put in A or B. Sorry, you have been put in B with 2 other people. One green and one blue. And those are your team members. That means you should have an idea. So you guys have met your teams so far? I'm sorry? But have you been shared an Excel sheet? Yes. And there is a team number right in the rightmost column. Did you see the team number? Yes. And have you met your team? No. Okay. So you don't know who they are? Okay, numbers are there, but you don't know who they are. Okay, so that means there's some networking missing. So you guys have a networking problem, group B. So we'll fix that. Now, group A, are you sitting with your teams? Because you are supposed to be sitting with your teams because you have chosen the teams. Are you in group A? We'll fix that later at a later stage. Okay. Now, group C. We are a team that we want to build. We are a team, we are exploring ideas. We are a team, and you guys have been given a team. Do you guys know who your new team is? No. But did you see the number next to you? Okay. So we need to basically, there's a networking thing that we have to do like we did last time. So that round has to happen basically, right? Okay, so we will fix that issue. Number one, we will basically make you do the merry-go-round again one more time so that you meet your team one more time. Not for group A, only for group B and group C. Okay? Now, people who basically need a change because they have an idea and their team is somewhere else, we will fix that as well. But be with us, bear with us for a few more minutes. This is complicated. We are trying to deal with 300 minds who want to do different things, right? So, can you call Priya, please? Priya with the laptop. Okay. Next, let me clarify to group A, group B, and group C, what is the expectation? Right? We have 2 more days left, and we need to basically... Can you guys hear me at the back, or is it better now? Can you guys hear me at the back? Okay. So, we need to do 3 things, minimum. After you choose your idea, you need to create 3 things. We will give you a standard format of a presentation. We will give you standard folder structure for your repository that you need to follow. You know what repository? The GitHub repository. How many people know what GitHub is now? Most of you? Yeah? Or else watch YouTube. You know what's the second skill for a Web3 developer? Is it because of lunch that you guys are not talking, or today is Sunday? Oh. All right, one more time, louder. See, when we talk about the, the code, you know what the code means? Code means the creed of who you are. You have to speak louder. If you don't talk passionately about the code you follow, then you would not be able to deliver what you're passionate about. So my point is, let me hear it one more time. What is the second most important skill for you? YouTube. So my point to you is, make sure you are familiar with GitHub, because that's your best friend for this entire journey. So we will give you a standard repository of GitHub structure that you have to follow, so that you can add something else to it, but the minimum that you need to follow as a folder structure. The third is the face of your project, the face of your idea. You need to come up with a very fancy team name. You need to come up with a very fancy, relevant picture. All right? Make sure the picture is professional and appropriate, relevant to the project. And, your names, your profiles, who you are. Because remember, when a recruiter is looking at this, they go into our repository and they look at all these pictures and they look at all these names. They're going to click and say, okay, this is the profile of this team. I see what the project is. I see the picture. It's almost like an introduction. It's almost like a wedding card, how the wedding card is on the top, right? Which will be displayed on our website saying this is the project that is being worked on by this team. Does that make sense? So what are the 3 things? 1, a pitch deck. We will talk about pitch deck. What does that mean? Like, what do you need to include in that presentation for the hackathon? 2, the GitHub repository that you need to set up. 3, you need to have the face of the project very well designed. I'm sure you guys are all very creative. You can come up with some very fancy graphics to display your face, right? So, that said, I will tell you that the people who will have a great face of the project, we will give them, a t-shirt. People who have the best GitHub repository, we will give them a t-shirt, the team. People who do a fantastic job on the pitch deck, they're obviously part of the winning teams. So my point to you is make sure that you pay attention to these 3 deliverables. Now what does these 3 deliverables will do? This will put you on a journey with your team to build. Now you might say, sir, what happens if I'm still learning? What if I'm not the top 10 winners in a track, right? And I'm going to tell you a good news after I confirm something very interesting for you that you will all will like. Now, but before I reveal that news to you, I want to tell you that if you say, sir, I did not learn enough to make a submission now, that is fine. You started the journey. You can make your submissions in the next hackathon evaluation, which is from almost a 20-day from now, right? But if you win, you're already on the journey to the finale, right? You already have a prize money allocated. You already have, the prize money in your smart contract, and all you have to do is now build, right? But let's say you build something, but you did not win. What happens? What if I build a project with my team, I did not win this time? Obviously because there are limited prizes, limited people win, but you must have not won because you might be a little behind than others on the project. You need to understand that you can continue to build and reapply in Hack 2, Hack 3, Hack 4. Now, why should you do that? First of all, if you make a submission in any hack, what do you get? The internship certificate. Not creating repository. For creating the repository and the idea submission and the idea and doing this will get you to the education certificate. The fact you're sleeping at the back or focusing, what is being told to you is participation versus education certificate versus internship certificate, right? So if you finish the education for the 3 days, you're getting an education certificate that you have done the fundamentals of blockchain, fundamentals of Polkadot. But if you complete a submission, then you've done an internship. So make sure you focus on the submissions. And if you're submitting, that means if you submit, you get an internship certificate, but if you submit and win, you get prize money. And if you submit and you don't win, that means you then need to continue building with the same team with more traction to submit again, or you can change your idea and find a new team and continue building. So every time you build and you submit, you get an internship certificate the more number of hackathons you participate. And how many hackathons you need to participate to become qualified to get a job in Web3? Do you know what the number is? 4. At 4, you're on par with the industry folks who are basically saying, we know what we are doing, we can build on chains, we can speak the Web3 language, we can hang out, we can party, we can do all these 3 things or 5 things that will get you a job in Web3. Does that make sense? So what this is a journey, and you just have to deliver 3 things in the next 3 days to make sure you get to the education certificate. You're already here, you're getting a participation certificate. you need to get the fundamentals of education certificate for Polkadot and blockchain. Does that make sense? Is everybody clear? Yes, sir. Deepak, clear? So now we want to make sure we do the three things that you have been asked for. But before that, we will resolve your team concerns. Everybody needs to do the team routine again, the team dance. In Group A, people know everybody. For Group B and Group C, we need to do quickly two things. People who have questions about their team and changes about their team, I want you to come see us outside. How many people have challenges with their team? I know you don't know your team member, but how many people wanted to make a change in their team because you have an idea and you have a team in mind? Raise your hands. You're Group A, right? Are you Group A? If you are Group A, you're fine. So you're in group, what color? Orange, blue, green? Green. Yes, you can. So you're Group B, correct? Okay. Group B and green color. Do you know which team you want to go? And that is what group? A? Group A. Okay, so we have identified. So how many people wanted to make a team change from, wait, don't. From how many people wanted to make a change from Group A? You're in Group A and you want to make a team change. Okay. Do you know who they are? There is one more person or two more people. How many people you have in the team here? Can you call them? Names? Rohan, Satvik, please come over. Okay. Now, again, guys, we will not be able to make changes after today. Even after 2 o'clock today, there will be zero changes for anybody here. This is in the interest of the program. This is in the interest of everybody. So I want to make sure that whatever you get after 2 p.m., don't come back to me afterwards and say you need a change. Clear? Final? Sir, you're raising your hand.
Sir, I'm already having 3 members in my team. I just want to add one more person. Can I do that?
You are only around 3 people total. I'm not allowing even 3 people in your team. I don't know why you're choosing that. Is that given in the sheet? Yes, so if you have 3 people allocated, that was only because one person was left extra. So you will only have 4 people. You cannot add one more person.
I mean, including me, we are 3.
I'm sorry?
We are 3 members, sir.
You are only allowed to have 3 people in a team, sir. Sir. Yes. Your teammate is in? You are in A or B? A. Yes, you can. Okay, guys, I'm going to get 2 more minutes. Raise the A people who have team challenges. A people who have team challenges. Okay. Do you have your team members that you want not in B? They need to be in C. Okay? Can you please call whatever left members? You can only have 3 members. Please don't add 5. Please call them to your side here. Right now. Right now. Okay, you're here. So everybody in A, so you don't have any challenges, right? Then you guys are done. Anybody else? Vaishnavi and Vaishnavi, Vaishali, can you come over please? Raise your hand, Vaishnavi, Vaishali. Okay, who else? She was absent yesterday. So she needs, where is she now? I'm sorry? Okay, you don't know, but you know you are from A? A or B? So you need one more person, correct? You are one person or two people? We'll give you team. It's okay. You have an idea? You don't have an idea? You have an idea. And you're what, B? You're in A. So you can join her. Please join her. Wait. One at a time. Who was it? So, sorry, what is your problem, ma'am? Did you come yesterday? Did you fill out the form? And what was your, you're not appointed a team? You're in A, B or C, ma'am? Come see us outside, please. Then you should not be sitting here. You're not A. Do you have a team you want to be part of here? Which team? Then why are you sitting here? I told only A or B are sitting here. You should go to that side, please. Okay. Okay, madam, you can come here. You can come down here, please. But you have an idea, right? You have an idea too? You have an idea or you don't? You don't have an idea, so join him. Come here, join him. Okay. Where are they? Call them, make them sit here. Okay. Yes, sir. Do you have a team or you don't have a team? So you need two members. One member. You have two. Okay. Anybody here doesn't have a team? Anybody here doesn't have a team? Silence, please. Are you only one? You only one? You have idea or you don't have idea? So you, okay. Wait. Do you have idea or you don't have an idea, ma'am? So you can come forward, join this team, please. Yes. I'm sorry. You are group C? So please go join group C. Yeah. Okay, anybody who doesn't have an idea, let me clarify, hold on. Anybody who doesn't have an idea and doesn't have a team, please come this side. Anybody who doesn't have an idea or doesn't have a team, they don't know which team to join, please come this side. To these rows. But if you are if you are group B and you have already been appointed, then don't go. Are you group B, ma'am? You're A. And you had a team member who had an idea you never had a team member. You have an idea? So then why did you fill out the form incorrectly? Please. Where is Priya? Priya. These are the people C, and these are A and B. Okay? So, guys, this is everyone here in A. Any more concerns? A? 1, 2, 3. What is your concern, ma'am? She's in C. She's in C, but she's your part of your team. Can you call her? Vijaya. Vijaya from group C. Vijaya from group C. Okay. Who else? Sir. You need a team member. We need to add one more. You need a team member. You're in what group? A. You're in group? You need one more member? So you have one more member. So you have one. Do you guys have an idea, right? Call them. Okay. Do you know who you want to call? Call them. So there are some. All right, guys, everyone, seriously, I need few more minutes of your patience. Few more minutes of your patience, please. And guys, when you're moving, I want you to move a little faster. I understand it's Sunday. Please move faster and close these conversations later. Okay, again, A. Anybody from group A doesn't have a team now. You need one more member, correct? Anybody else? You. You're in group A. You don't have a team. You have one person, you need one more. You need how many? She will join who? You? Okay. Yes, ma'am. Okay, fine, sure. So move. Excuse me, you cannot leave your existing team. If you don't have a team, only then you can shift. Because you will again move everybody else. I don't want that. Do you have an existing team? Then I don't want you to break the team. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. But you said you have an idea. You have an idea? Yes. Yeah. One more member, right? Anybody from group A doesn't have a team here? In group B? That they are, check their colors. If they are orange, they cannot be there. They cannot change. But if they are, no, can you choose people from C, please? I cannot change B. B is already defined. So that's their mistake. So then you come out and see me with your team. You're in group C. Then why did you fill out the wrong form? Because your form says you don't have an idea. So, okay, you got idea now, that day. So pick up one more student from there and come to group A. Okay? Correct? Okay. Group A. Is there anybody else in group A who wants to join? If not, get me a person from group C and join. Do you need me to assign, or can you? Do you want to find? Okay, then stay. Stay. We'll ask you. Okay. What is your thing, man? You three are not team. What groups are you? Group B. You both are group A. You're orange, green. You can join. You don't have an idea? You're in group A. You filled out the form incorrectly. Or you lied. Okay, you stay here. Complicated, wait. Sorry, say that again. Group B cannot change right now. Please go back. Sorry, unfortunate. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Can you join them? She's group A. Group? You're group B. No. Are you orange? Stay there. Don't touch group B. I'll assign you the team. You can join them A, right? You are A. You can join. A, B, and C. Okay? Yeah. Why were you absent? Did you inform that you're not coming? Did you inform us that you're leaving? No, you didn't. No, ma'am. That's fine. Okay. Do you want to do the hackathon or you don't want to do the hackathon? You want to do the hackathon. Then you should sit in C. Do you have an idea? What you have an idea? What is the idea? What is the idea for the hackathon? You don't have an idea. No, you need to have a development idea, project idea. If you don't, then you sit in C. Sit there, I will assign you the groups, no worries. 2, C, you go and sit. C. Do you have an idea or you don't have an idea? Then go and sit in C. Yeah. Yes, you can sit here. You're in orange. You are green. Then why did you put that you don't have an idea and you need more training and you don't? Does your teammate has 2 people or 3 people? Sure? You can go sit them. Okay, next. One team, you guys have an idea? You know what to build? What are you building? Okay. Okay, you have a list of ideas you can select from? Then sit here. Okay? Alright. So we'll change you to group A. You will get a guidance, don't worry. Sit there. Okay, everyone. This was more painful than I imagined. And you guys are not helping by standing and not sitting down, and a little murmur is distraction. If they have not come yesterday, keep them there. No. Let him be in the B only. All right, Group A. I think I've spent too much time here. Group A, you guys, any other Group A member has an issue? I thought we did not assign you one. Okay. Group B, anybody, sir? You need a member too, right? How many do you need? 1. You have one more? You 2. And you need 1. Okay. Anybody else? Group A? You need 1? Okay. So, and how many people are you guys? 2. You have 2, so we need 3 people here. 2. You need 1 more. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. I'm going to come here. Group B. How many people do not have a team? You do not have a team, come forward. Who doesn't have a team in Group B, come forward. You do not have a team, only then. If you have a team defined, then don't come forward. You guys have a team or you don't have a team? You don't have a team? You don't have a team? Okay. You can join the first group. You can join. Madam, okay, but tell me. You're orange? You have an idea. form wrong that you haven't made. Okay. How many people do you need? 2. You can join her. You can go join her. First show. Sir, where are they? Are they, what team are they? You need one more person? You need one more person? Can you join them? Okay. So you need one more person, is it? Okay. Fine. Okay. Tell me. No. Are you B or A? You have been given numbers, right? You don't know the people, doesn't mean you don't have a team. We can introduce you to them. Okay. Sir, no, right now we cannot swap places. Yeah. What happens to your other team? Yeah. Okay, but what about their team? They need one. Where is your the other team? Sir, right now let's not change it. We'll change it later if I have to. But right now just keep the same. You guys are B. Don't come here, please. Where is your other team member? You need to have a team of 3. One more. Yes, ma'am. You are in group B. Did you check the list? Madam, don't confuse the issue. You have been listed in a team in B. Please stay in that team. We have not introduced your team yet to yourself. We'll need one more person. So we'll just add you one more person. Sorry, your issue? Are you going to take her responsibility? She'll come tomorrow? Then you may as well add, because if she doesn't come, you will also be out. You want to take that risk? Then, sorry. You can join these guys. They have an idea. You can join them. You want team members or you want different ideas? You can change your idea. Okay, if you want to think of a different idea, you can think of a different idea. No problem. You can do it. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yes, ma'am. But do you? You need one more person? One more person. Okay. Okay, Deepak, this is inefficient in so many ways to handle either situation one at a time. But let's deal with Team C separately. But ma'am, I thought I already resolved your concerns. But are you taking the risk of he not coming? If he's not coming, then you both are out. Okay? All right, then go to Priya, register him. Okay. All right, all Group A members who have 2 people in the team come forward here. All group members of A who only have 2 members. I thought there were 4 people. Sir, you got team member? You done? What about them? They had 3 members now. You have 3 members? She moved, right? So you have 2 members or 3 members in that team? No, sir. You moved from which team, ma'am? So there are 3 members in the other team? Are you guys 3 members? Guys, I'm asking a very simple question. Do all of you have 3 members in your team? In Group A? Okay? Everybody at the back, excuse me, black t-shirt. You guys have 3 members in your team? Okay. You guys don't have 2 or 3 members. Everybody else, Group A has 3 members in the team. Okay. So, Group B, pay attention, Group B. We have listed your names with a team number. I don't want you to raise a hand if you have not met your team member. I want you to raise a hand if you know you don't have a team, even if you know who those team members are. I think I got confused myself. Okay, let's simplify. Team B who doesn't have a team member. Team B who doesn't have a team member. Come forward. Team B, just because you have not met your team doesn't mean you don't have a team member. If you have been listed in the Excel sheet with a team number, that's fine. If you don't have a team, then you should come forward. Madam, you are in Team B. You're what color? Green. So you can join us. Yeah. So you guys all are in. Okay, Group B, does everybody has the members, team members? You don't have it, you were absent? You can join their team. You have a team? You have an idea and a team? Where? Group A. So, you guys have an idea? What is that? Stay. Stay. In group? Okay, so you guys know. Okay, group B, anybody who doesn't have a team member. All right, so everybody else is group C here. Guys, everybody here is group C. This is painful. Okay, okay, group C, the front three guys, please come forward. Okay, I can. Wait, that doesn't help me right now. I'm not talking to B. They have moved to A, for sure. You know. Then you can join one of these three teams. So join this team, please. Okay. All right, good point. All right, everyone over here. Sorry, ma'am. And what? Okay, so this corridor, all people who have teams of 3 and have ideas, not group B. Okay, group B, you guys have not met your teammates yet. All people in group A should have. Wait. You guys, you have to go back. All group A teams should have ideas and a team of 3 except for these 2 teams. Any group A team doesn't have a team member anymore. Are we good? Okay. Now group B. So all the group B members who are orange, can you raise your hands, please? All group B members that are orange. You're orange. Okay. All group B members who are orange, there should be 21 people. Okay. All group B that are blue. Okay. All group B that are green. Okay? So everybody who has ideas and the team, can you please step out and switch to this corner, please? Everybody who has the team and they know their team of 3, and then they know they have the idea. Can you move to this column, please? Whether A or B doesn't matter. If you know your team, and if you know you have the idea, take your team and move to this section of the corridor, please. Just adjust for now. We just want to see how many people need clarity. And all the orange, group B, all orange, come forward, please. All orange, come forward, please. Blue and greens should stay back if they don't know their teams. The blue and greens should stay back, people who don't know their teams in B. All the orange, please come forward. The orange who doesn't know who the team members are. So you're orange and you moved your team. So you're B and you're orange. And who are your team members? You're orange. You guys are orange. They sit here in the first row. You're orange. You have an idea? You have a team? In group A or group B? Guys, can you move over here? You're in B, right? You're orange. In B, you have to do. Okay, just sit in forward. Orange, right? Just sit forward. Sir, are you B? Then please sit forward. You will not change that. So the thing is, seats count. What we'll do is, इन दोनों में adjust करते हैं, team and adjust. बाकी के इधर adjust करते हैं. ठीक है? We'll settle it. Okay. We have allocated the team to all the people who with orange already in team sector B. So you can only take that team that you have been allocated. But if that team has changed, we'll let you know. Just a second. Orange guys, please sit there. You are supposed to sit there. Front. Sit there. Okay, B's, hold on, Deepak. Deepak, please hold on. So everybody in the group B who don't know their teams, come forward. Everybody in the group B who doesn't know, come forward. Everybody in this here, everybody in the group B who doesn't know, please come forward. Deepak, wait, you're giving mixed instructions. I don't want that. Everybody in the group B who don't know their team, please come forward. Sit here or stay here forward, please. Come forward, come forward, come forward. Come forward, come forward. Priya, where is Priya? Okay, so these are all group Bs. Do you know your team members? No, sir. Okay. Madam, wait. Please wait. Please wait. Please wait. Please wait. Okay, group B orange over here. Please raise your hands. Group B orange. You have been assigned the team, right, ma'am? Why are you here? Please go to your team. Group B orange, if you have been assigned the team and sorted. No, but she is supposed, I don't want to mix teams. Okay. Please move back because you're only here if you want to be again sorted with another team. Okay. Wait, orange, you guys have been given a team already. You know your teams? Okay, so wait. Guys, we are in B. If you don't know your team members, we will call out your team members and we will allocate those team members. Number one. Number two, if you have already been assigned a team and you know your team, then you should move back. If you know your team, you should move back. If you don't know your team, you should stay here. Group B. Right? Everybody who knows their team can sit back, and if they know their team. Group A and Group B. Okay, Priya. Deepak, can we get one more mic, please? You can sit at the back. Anywhere, sit at the back so we don't mix you up again.
I was taking.
Copy all group C and group E separately. No, just group C. Sort out group E. Just send everybody to group C the name and tell them to highlight your name. All right, group B, let's sort this out. Is group A okay? Okay. Team members, right? Okay, here, everybody. Can the group orange come forward? Priya, can you pull up the group orange for me, please? Give me the orange. Yeah. So what's your name? Sai Teja. I'm going to go down quickly the list. Ankita. Who is Ankita orange here? She's not there. So that Ankita is here orange? No. Okay, Yeliti. Yeliti Nandu Reddy. No. Mohammed Shariar Ahmad. Okay. Tell me your name. What is your team name? What is your team number? You should have a team number. You didn't see your team number? The team number should be on the most right. I just moved it to left. You're Ankita. Okay, Ankita, you're sorted. That's okay. Go ahead. Okay, Akshita and Sindhu. You guys are here? Tandu, Sindhu. Okay, you need a team?
Team number 128.
Yeah, but you need a team. So you will be joining these guys. Next, we have Akshita. Do we have Akshita Bandaria? Akshita Bandaria? No? Okay. Monica. Okay. Monica. Lakya Jagan. Okay. Now. Lakya Jagan. You have a team? Okay. Akshita. You are Group B. So then I move to Group A. Okay. All right. Yashwant Gupta. Sai Satwik. Sai Satwik. You already have a team. You're in Group B. Okay. Muzammil do we have an orange here which says Mohammad Shariar Ahmed? Mohammad Shariar Ahmed. Sir, you made the team or you followed the team that was given to you in Group B? Huh? Sir, you are in Group A or Group B? Huh? Come forward, please. Come forward. Okay, orange. What's your name? Okay, Shreya Reddy and A. Ramya. Shreya Reddy, A. Ramya. Shreya Reddy, A. Ramya. Who is A. Ramya? Okay. Okay, wait. All right, guys and girls, I understand. Look, the reason why this all confusion is because everybody has taken the liberty to move into the groups and wanted to make this change. You know, we had a standard process and we are breaking it, and this is what happens. And I'm not going to entertain any more changes unless and until, this is a very necessary requirement. So I apologize, but this is not something that so please do not make a request that I cannot make a change right now. Okay? So please join. Correct. Ma'am, please come here. Please join your original groups. Guys, all B candidates. Okay, sir, you can go join your team. Final. No changes anymore. Okay. So, just a second. How many people have moved from Group B to Group A? Can you raise your hand? Group B to Group A. Group B to Group A, okay. So, let me just organize the teams that we have orange ones here, and then we'll move forward, right? Ma'am, that's okay. You have a team right now? Just stay there. No problem. Okay. So, Ramya, please come forward. Shreya, come forward. Shreya, you will basically... To be assigned here. Okay, give me. Please wait. I'll assign you a team member. Stand here. Next, your name, sir. 138. 138. Altaf Baba. Yes. Okay. Sai Santosh and Padmavalu Maheshwari. Sai Santosh. Where is Sai Santosh? Sai Santosh. Please stand there. Sai Santosh? Huh? Hey, Priya. No new names should be added. Why did you add more new names? Then there should be no repetitions, correct? So you're not A, you're not A, B. You were yesterday in B. It's showing B here, sir. How is that repetition possible? Priya? Did you check for repetition?
Yes, sir.
Sir, are you A or B? So you cannot be twice. Sir, I'll check. But if you're last, then I will which one you A or B? Okay. Name? You don't have Okay, Priya, that's fine. So you have your team? Okay. So you need one more person? Move your team. Yeah. Hold on. Next. 141. Your name? Sairajana. Deepahika and Soumya. Deepahika and Soumya from Group B. Soumya Kandur. Is it Deepshika? Okay, Deepshika. So Deepshika will join you guys. Okay, next, orange. Team. How is this? Sai Priyanka Thota. Sai Priyanka. Where is your team? Please go. Next, sir. Where is your team? What group are you? Where in B group are you? What is the name? The 137. And what is the name? Okay, proceed. Okay, now everybody here. You need a team member. You guys need a team member. You guys, who needs a team? Two each. You're alone. Can you join these guys? Yeah? Can you join these guys? Yeah? Come here. They need a team. No, wait, they have a team member. Wait, you can go back. So you guys need a team member, correct? You guys can join. He can join you guys. Okay. You have a team? You need a team. You're what group? Were you here yesterday? You were here. Okay. So, what group are you? What color? Blue. Any other oranges here? No orange? So please come and sit here. All of us, guys, any other oranges here? Any orange here? No orange here, right? Orange. Oh, you guys got the team members, right? You can go. From here, Salteja, you guys can go back. Okay. Anybody else? You guys are looking for anything else? No? Done? Go back and sit. Everybody else who is looking for a team, please come and join me here. All of you, please come and join me here. It's easier now. Priya, get all these names, one more time. Get all these names one more time. Just check the list and or create a Google form to quickly for everybody to fill out. Whatever the fastest way is. Okay. Get me all the names. Guys, you can sit. Please sit. Please sit. Okay, everybody here, Sai Teja, back on your seats, please. Back on your seats. She's not joining you? All teams sit together, please. All teams sit together. Now, guys, quickly take your seat with your teams, please. We have already wasted a lot of time which was unplanned for. Unplanned for because of the changes you guys wanted. Sai Teja, what's the challenge? Sit down, please. Take a seat. Take a seat with your team. Take a seat with your team. Soumya. Okay, take a seat with your team, guys. Everybody. Now, for this entire group, I'm not going to say group A or group B. These entire 2 rows have their, not rows, columns have team and idea, correct? Yes, sir. Everybody here, team and idea, correct? Yes, sir. Okay, now we have the group C where we will take your, now you guys don't have a team and you've not been assigned, you don't have an idea, correct? Correct? Wait, I said, guys, if you have a team and idea, then you should move to the other side because we are trying to take, make teams for these people. The reason I'm trying to say is like, if you can please follow the instructions correctly, it will be very helpful. If you have the team and idea, then you should be on the right side. Front row is empty, please, there is a lot of room. Okay, everybody who is trying to build a team and the idea, please stay here so that we can take your name and assign the team very quickly. Yes. You can be here. Okay, everybody here. Now raise the hand if you have a team and an idea. Everybody raise your hand if you have a team and idea. Right? Okay. You have a team and idea? Why are you sitting there? Huh?
Actually, the thing is, they thought they'll be getting more attention if they sit here from the mentor.
No, that's not true. Everybody will get equal attention. The people who will get here help with is first, they will be counsel for ideas. But you should have, if you have a team and an idea, then you should move there. Please, let's not apply too many complex. Okay, everyone. So now people who don't have team and ideas are here, and we will appoint the team and ideas here very, very quickly. We'll quickly take the name. I believe the volunteers have already, Priya, is this done? Few more minutes, that's all. Let me last guys take a round quickly. Over here, if you have the team and ideas, I don't want anybody who doesn't have an idea or doesn't have a team. If you don't have a team and if you have an idea, come forward. If you have the team and the idea, please stay here. Okay, we are getting there. Now, all of this now will quickly be assigned a team so that you guys can work together with the team and we will help you think through multiple ideas and we'll decide what the next steps will be. Silva sir. Silva sir. Okay, the team is collecting the names of the people who are basically. So guys, as I understand, this row and this row are people who are looking to get a team and who don't have an idea. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. Everybody in this column and this column has a team and has an idea. Sorted. Got it. So here's what we will do. We'll quickly take 5 minutes. What I suggest, Deepak?
Group C. After having, yeah.
Okay, everyone, Deepak, take this mic.
Pravalika.
These two columns, you have a team, you have an idea, take a 5-minute break. Okay? Go from here. Don't go from anywhere. Just follow this route. Quickly, quickly, come on. 10, 20 seconds. You can take a break. No, just 5-minute break. We'll reconvene for lunch, no? You will get a lunch break, guys. Relax. This is just additional 5 minutes. Don't worry. Yeah, so good for you. You guys can take the lunch break. Only these two columns. Only these two. Guys, don't worry. You will get it.
All right, this column and this column, please do not leave. We'll quickly assign and take the names, and then you can leave and we'll do a quick announcement of names to you, so please don't leave. If not, you will not have a team.
Anusha. Initials. పక్కన ఇంతమంది ఉన్నారు మాట్లాడుకుంటున్నారు నోటింగ్ అంటున్నారు మనీషా ఇనిషియల్
Filled out the form accordingly. We asked them, do you have an idea? Do you have a team? People filled out and the segregation was based on it. In the end, suddenly everybody wanted to change the team. Yeah, that's true. That's the problem is if you want to change the team, somebody's वो ये streamline हमें करना पड़ेगा.
Yep.
We cannot play by these requests because we have to say there is zero change.
ఐడియా ఉంది బట్ 2 మెంబర్స్ ఉన్నారు ఐడియా ఉంది చేయగలుగుతారు ఐడియా లేదు కానీ 2 మెంబర్స్ ఉంటాం ఓకే మీ దానికి ఒక నాట్ చేస్తాం కానీ ఏం చెప్తాం
Okay, group 3 and 4. Guys, group 3 and 4, listen, the people sitting, how many people want to know their team partners here? Do they want to be in the same team? Because I will not be able to change later. You guys know your teams? So, please come forward, the people who know their teams. No, not second row, let them come here. Please come forward if you know your teams. If you want to be in a certain team, please come forward. If you know your teams, please come forward. If you have picked a team for yourself, please come forward. Priya, where's Priya? Okay, if you know your teams, please come forward. Priya, please come forward here. If you know your team, please come forward. No, I'm saying if they want to be, if they know which team they want to be, they can come forward. Okay, so here's the thing, right? Let those people basically create their teams. The people who have not created the team, they will sort them at the end. Because anyway, these people have no idea about it, right? Okay, guys, are you 5 people in the team? 3 people in the team? Come in 3 groups, please. Wait. You know the teams? You know your names? Clear? You're one team, you can go for lunch. You're one team, you can go for lunch. Remember your teams because you'll have to come back and fill out a form. Know yourself, you can go for lunch. I know what, wait, hold on. You know your 3, go for lunch, come back and fill out a form. I'm about to send you a form. Okay, 3 people who want to be a team. Lunch. 3 people, team. Lunch. Hold on. 3. I said 3, no exceptions. 3. Okay. 3. 3. Lunch. 3 people. You're 2, stand here, I'll give you a team member. You're 2, stand, I'll give you a team member. 3. Anybody else? Team of 3. Team of 3. You're 3. Lunch. 2. Stay here. Team of 3. Team of 3. I know, but your team of 3. Okay, go for lunch, come back and I'll send you the form. Remember your faces. Team of 3. Lunch. People who do not have a team member here, please stay here. Team of 3, whoever has formed a team can leave. Can come here. 3. Lunch. Okay, who else? Come forward. You're 2, stand here. Team of 3. Come forward. Lunch. Team of 3. Lunch. 3. Lunch. Are you guys, hello, are you 3? Lunch. Okay, come forward. 3. Lunch. 3. Lunch. Come here. 2. One more. Anybody else, team of 3 there? Anybody else, team of 3 there? You remember when we used to go to zoo in a school? And these 2 rows, you have ideas as well? Okay. So anybody here in these 2 columns do not have a team? Okay, good. Okay, on column 3, column 4, quick check, does everybody has a team now? There was a team that has only 2 people. Is there anybody else, single person who doesn't have a team? Okay, any team that has 4 people in it? No. Okay, so can the 2 people come forward? Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give 2 teams the privilege to have 1 more member who can use help and want to have 1 more person as part of their team, because having more people always help. Okay, a lot of people who we want. Okay, 1 person can go back, join that team. Right? So you got 1 team. And somebody wants 1 more person. Okay, how about some diversity? You can join this team. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for being patient. Thank you for being patient through this process of creating teams. I underestimated the amount of work it takes, but next time we'll make sure that this is very well organized and we take care of the things that came up. Now, let me check with Deepak what we have on the agenda, because there are a bunch of things that we want to sort of educate you. Now, the 3 milestones that you guys need to address after this entire team is, I'm just gonna give you a direction so that you have a direction with us. Our goal is to get you in the right direction. Almost like, imagine we are firing a rocket. We put it in the right direction. That means you know that you're going on a Web3 journey and you have an idea. So people who don't have an idea, we are working with you to get you to the idea stage. But once you have an idea and you understand the basics of blockchain, we will put you on a learning experience of how to build, what to build, to get your idea to POC, proof of concept, right? And some of the mentors here who have just come, and Silva sir will help you understand what does it take to build, right? Now, for you to complete this 9-day journey and get your education certificate, you need to do the presentation, create your repository on GitHub, and also put your marketing collateral, which is the image of your project, the name of your project, your profile, into a particular format that we will give you. So my team is preparing the presentation format that we will share with you, and there will be about 5 to 6 slides of information you need to fill out about the idea, what you have in mind, and you have to give a little more detail on that. You will create the GitHub repository in the location we will tell you, with the folder structure, with your name and the project name. Then you will also have like a great looking image to go with your project and your profiles. Correct? Okay, so these are the 3 things we will do. In the meantime, my team is sending out, now that everybody has teams, my team is sending out you a Google form where you will fill out your team name, your idea. People who have idea, they can fill out the idea and the description and what industry the idea is in. Okay? If you have multiple ideas, then don't worry. Fill out, at least one idea, and then you can change the idea tomorrow if you feel that, you have a better idea, right? But at least it gets us thinking of what you're thinking at the moment. If you don't have an idea, don't worry about it. Move forward. Priya, make sure the idea can take multiple lines of data. Okay, not one line. And two, it's not a mandatory column, mandatory this thing. If you get stuck, just put a dot and move forward. That means we will understand that you don't have an idea. Make sense? Okay, so we will fill out this form so that we know who the team members are, okay, and who are you working with, on what idea, but we'll finally lock these teams. If somebody has come, they have not come, these are the final teams that will happen going forward for the next 2 months, okay? The build process will be a month and a half, okay? And you will have to work with these teams month and a half to build and learn how to build it. We will give you material and tutorials that you will have to go through online. Because if I would have taught you what blockchain is, Web3 is, how to be a developer and give you build, all your heads will be on the table, right? So we kept the build process for you to learn when you finalize this and you go forward. So the way it will work is we'll lock in your ideas and you'll start building after Wednesday onwards with the team, and you'll have 45 days to build to finish your internship. Make sense? Make sense? If your idea is good, then you also win prizes. So that said, Deepak, over to you. Guys, Deepak just pointed out something very interesting. If you have the team, let's just one person fill the form, because again, otherwise it will be repetition of three names, right? So one form per team. So when you get the link, let's just appoint one person from your team who will fill out the form. Can you appoint one person in your team, your guys next to each other? One person to fill out the form. Everybody, one person to fill out the form. Clear? Clear? Everybody clear? Yeah, send it right away.
Yeah, so I'll send the form in a minute on Discord and I'll update you guys.
They just want to know how to choose.
Hey guys, I'll just take around 10 to 15 minutes of yours if that is okay. So I understand there are two divisions right now. This is the side who understands or has probably picked up an idea already, which is solid, good. And then there are some folks over here on this side who are not able to pick up the idea yet because of the relevance. Now when I talk about the term relevance, few of the people do understand what is blockchain. Few of the people do understand what is Web3. But over here also on this side, why are you picking up blockchain first and foremost in order to build this particular idea? There are most of the ideas which are around, okay, it has already been done. I just heard recently about Spotify for, the listeners who are actually listening, will give them rewards. How are you generating those rewards? Where are the rewards coming from? Who's paying for it? And why do you need blockchain for that? Spotify has already done, right? If you're booking up a ticket, Book My Show has already done that. So I know like most of the people do go online and check the usability or use cases for blockchain, so uploading the land records. So what? What is the overall incentivized model around it? Why do I need blockchain for that? Only one thing you guys are thinking, it's immutable. The data can't be manipulated. If that is the only thing, then there are a lot of things to work around. Why do you need blockchain for that then? Anybody can actually just raise your hand and we can discuss. This is just like a normal session. Don't be hesitant. Sorry? Security. What else? Decentralization. What else? Decentralization, transparency goes almost hand in hand. And the biggest piece that you guys are missing, tokenization. Right? So for example, if you are uploading any information, how can you generate a tokenomics model around it? I'm sorry, I'll be using slightly different words over here, coming from that side. So there is a term known as tokenomics. If you guys are able to figure out how to tie up a particular asset or a utility to a particular token, then that's a win-win, right? And when you guys are saying that the rewards would be distributed, how can you generate those rewards? Now, coming back to the first question again, think on these lines. If you guys are able to tie these things together, you would be able to understand which idea to pick and which idea to leave. Trust me on this. The moment you are able to figure out this particular part, reward mechanism, tokenization mechanism, transparency everybody wants to have, decentralization everybody wants to have, definitely given, point 2. But what about the main point? Whoever is running the node for you, when I say the node, I'm sure now people who understand blockchain, they understand validators, right? You guys understand validators? Validators are nothing but your nodes, right? Those are running that particular software of yours to validate a particular transaction, to sign it to a particular block. You're supposed to pay them, right? Why would you pay them if there is no incentive attached to your product? Getting? If there is no incentive attached to your particular idea, how are you going to pay them? From your pocket? Not a good idea. Definitely not a good idea. Does that make sense? Right? And as and when. Now everybody is just saying that we will upload this information on the chain, upload that information on the chain. Guys, it's really expensive to upload so much of the information on the chain. Firstly, your chain will become slower. Secondly, it becomes really bloated. And when I say bloated, it becomes really expensive to even query a particular transaction or a block. Because see, when you're uploading something, it's a database at the end of the day, right? Agreed? It's a distributed database. So when you're querying a particular database, it will take a lot of time, firstly, to respond back. Secondly, again, if everything is like a smart contract, so there is a transaction fee that somebody has to pay. Who is going to pay? Think on those lines. If you guys are able to sort this out, your ideas would be solid, much better. on the coverage part. Secondly, I forgot what was the question that I had asked. That will make sure that somebody is definitely listening. I'm not even sure yet. What was the first question that I asked? Sorry? No, just after that, right now. Anyways, so yeah, think on these lines regarding the incentivization model, the tokenization model, attach it to a particular product or the utility that you guys are developing, that would be able to tick off most of the questions that you guys are currently facing challenges on. Secondly, don't upload everything on the chain, you just can't. It's difficult, it's expensive, right? None of the people have come up with some solid ideas around NFTs yet, okay? And I understand you guys would be doing a lot of research around NFTs, so NFTs for you would be just artistic pictures? No, but there's a huge utility around NFTs. I'm sure even if you guys are in first year, second year, you would have heard a lot about metaverses. You would have heard about gaming industry utilizing NFTs and tokens. Why are there no ideas around gaming, around metaverses, around social networks? When I say social networks like Instagram and everything, around something for like LinkedIn maybe. These are social platforms, right? And these are highly distributed, highly consumer oriented. And when you're creating something consumer oriented, definitely you need to attach a token model. Because see, as a person who is participating in the chain, I'm participating in the chain, right? Even if I'm a consumer or even if I'm a producer or a part of the chain, I'm invested. I've staked my time in it. That is the beauty of decentralization. If I've staked my time in it, I need money back. I need something in return. That is the beauty of decentralization. So think on those lines. Otherwise, why would anybody end up utilizing your project or your platform rather than which is already there, right? Ready to take up questions? So, if there are. Otherwise, I'll definitely love to give you a demo of the product that I have built. Yeah. Yeah.
We can create a NFT marketplace for metaverse service provider who are providing metaverse. For that, we can create an NFT marketplace.
Okay. Incentivization model.
Yeah. How do I explain?
There's nothing right, nothing wrong. We're all exploring. Yeah.
We are creating an NFT marketplace for a metaverse, and we can integrate that marketplace to the metaverse that metaverse service provider is providing it. Our marketplace will be integrated to the metaverse service provider's metaverse. So the people who are the user who are using that metaverse, they can buy NFTs from our marketplace to use in their metaverse.
I guess everybody is doing that. OpenSea is doing that.
Yeah.
So how is
No, OpenSea is not integrated with metaverse.
Yeah.
OpenSea is not integrated with metaverse. It is a different platform for selling and purchasing these NFTs. We are integrating with metaverse. The people that yesterday or day after yesterday, we have bit.country. They are providing metaverse services. So in that we can integrate our NFT marketplace, so people can buy that NFTs from that marketplace and use in their metaverse.
What are you doing in that? You are building that marketplace?
Yeah.
Okay. Which is going to be chain agnostic. Like anybody can come and put their NFTs on your marketplace.
Yeah.
And can actually utilize those NFTs on any of the metaverses. That is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Or only one metaverse?
No. Any of them at metaverse.
How are they going to connect to your marketplace?
Polkadot, we can no. With Polkadot, we can make multi-chain communication with every blockchain.
Good. Now, BitCountry is already doing that, right?
No, BitCountry is providing us metaverse.
Achha, so you are going to just create an NFT marketplace around it.
Yeah. So
Okay.
we can
And this particular product of yours is going to be on the chain. You are going to store each and every NFT on the chain. Where are you storing that NFT?
Yeah, on the chain.
Very expensive.
No, I mean still I didn't think about that where we are storing. But this idea,
Yeah, the idea is pretty solid. Idea is pretty solid. I would love to invest in it, but I want to understand the tokenomics behind it. Now, take 10 to 15 minutes. Let me finish one round. I'll come and talk to you.
So I'm just going to point out, add to what Varun is saying, and I think what Varun he was saying was actually more interesting than you understood. I think what he mentioned was putting a marketplace within a metaverse that doesn't have a marketplace, and people can buy NFTs in that marketplace and use it in the metaverse. It's not the other way.
Ah, okay.
So imagine if you have.
So then, I'm sorry to cut you in between. So basically, then your marketplace would only be limited to that specific metaverse.
No. Again, correcting. Imagine there are 6 metaverses. They will put their marketplace, and everybody in the metaverse can use NFTs from their marketplace in all metaverses.
Okay.
So it's like a common marketplace in each metaverse.
I do have comments. It is technically slightly challenging, but idea-wise, it is pretty good. And why it is technically challenging? Because every chain has their own style of generating an artifact. So when we are talking about generating an artifact, it is an NFT ID. Some people might upload that NFT ID on some other sort of application, let's say IPFS. Somebody can use actually Arweave. That's a different application. So the addresses that are generated are very different. And when you are actually bridging all of this together, that becomes tricky. But idea-wise, I'm sold. It's good.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, go ahead. He has one more idea. Here's one more idea. You are an idea bank. Yeah, go ahead.
One idea is that, as Selva sir explained here, day after yesterday, that we have some basic points to create our idea. So first is we have to choose our category. So I chose a social cause, and after that they said what is the major problem in that category that we are solving. So in Gen Z, there is a major problem of depression and main Gen Z generation and between teenagers. So they are suffering from depression and tensed. They are tensed and depressed. So they don't have anyone to talk about or share their feelings, and they are getting suicidal thoughts. And many of in worldwide people are attempting suicide because of depression. So my idea is that we can create a social gathering app or application in which they can anonymously share their ideas, share their feelings to some listener, and they can calm down their feelings that they are, for what they are depressed. They can share their feelings. They can get motivated from some listener who is listening, and yeah.
Why do I need blockchain for that?
What, sir?
Why do I need blockchain for this?
Yeah, we are talking the listener and the who is speaking, who is the user and the listener will be anonymous.
So that I can do that on Web 2 also, no? I can create an anonymous profile anyways.
No, sir. They are anonymous. They don't know they are for whom they are talking.
That is what I'm saying. Even on Web 2, I can do the same thing. I can have anonymous profiles and I can have a conversation with the individual. Why do I need blockchain for that?
And we can also integrate the decentralization in this idea. If, as you said, this can possible on Web 2.0, right? Then we can integrate the Web 3.0's decentralization idea in this.
How? Why?
I forget. Now got the idea, I forget.
No worries. You definitely take your time, think over it. For me, currently, it is not a Web3 idea. For me, at the moment. But if you do have, let me know, because I'm not able to figure it out yet. Anybody else wants to take a shot? Thank you so much. Anybody else? See, you never know. It might actually help you in the pitch. Because at the end of the day, you guys are supposed to make pitches. Right? So let's utilize it. Guys, if you are not able to convince me, I don't think you'll be able to convince them. Come on. It's just a normal session. Trust me, I'll try to help you. I'm not going to just question you on this. I'm going to help you.
Guys, even if you can share ideas, just share ideas. I mean, it doesn't have to, like I said, these are deeper questions that you have to obviously read into it and find answers. The important thing is to know the questions so you can find answers. So, anybody else wants to share ideas? Okay, there we
Hi,
are.
sir.
Varun, we have
Yeah.
speaker.
Hi, sir.
Hello.
So I do have like a couple of ideas. So I just need to know how much of this would be possible or not. You have selected something else, but that was similar to what he discussed, but little different.
The first
but
one or the second one?
The second one.
Okay.
But we thought of something different.
Okay.
So, as he said about the social gathering, we went a little more complex and we thought about like a therapy, which is right now very much needed for this generation. So, the blockchain will provide me the control for the therapist to, have limited access and other stuff. And also, it will give uniformity, like whoever is joining, plus anonymity, like if I'm somebody who's having the problem, but I don't want to disclose my name due to whatsoever reasons. Like most people, like therapy is something still a taboo in this generation. At least I feel Gen Z is cool about it, but not the older generation. But there's a lot of trauma or whatsoever mental health issues that somebody or the other has. So we thought of like a platform or an app that works on the blockchain that could solve. That was one of our initial ideas.
Why do you need Web3 for this?
Because first thing, any other app or any other Web 2.0 that we go, we have to give out our details.
There's a product known as Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Have you heard of it?
Yes.
How
but
is it different than Clubhouse?
in Clubhouse, we will not find the exact verified therapist. Like getting verified is pretty easy, and if you get to Twitter or any other platforms, getting a blue tick is not a great deal. Like paying $8 to Elon Musk will get you verified, no matter who you are.
See, now you're talking about the verification, authenticity.
Yeah, the authenticity,
even
the security.
Those things could be kept on Clubhouse also. If they create a new feature for any specific therapist to be approved, they could be approved, right? Now, the question comes, who is approving? Based on what?
On their certificates, like...
Who? Clubhouse? The admin? Clubhouse admin?
Yeah,
would go ahead
the
and
platform
approve?
that
So over
we
here, you
maybe.
can actually create a system where the actual users who have got therapy from this therapist, they are actually voting.
Okay.
Based on their rating, whatever the therapist is going to charge next would be distributed to these individual users as well, because they provided rating. This becomes more like a decentralized approach to your product. Will work.
Okay.
Right? Now you can actually start involving blockchain in this. Otherwise, earlier, it was still Web 2. But anyways, anonymity, don't worry about the anonymity part. Right? Anonymity could be managed on any Web 2 application also. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
I had a few more if it's okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Chingari is something that gives watch to earn, play to earn, there, stuff like that. So, is there any possibility of sleep to earn? I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but...
No, WakeFit is doing that, right? They're actually paying their employees to earn on sleeping.
So, using that on the blockchain.
But give the product, what is it?
Yeah, so maybe like a game or in a metaverse, we could use this as a platform where people wear the sensors, or it might be a Fitbit or something like that. And based on the REM cycle and the number of hours that they have the deep sleep, so based on that, we could avoid them some coins. I mean, we are still thinking about that. And they can also unlock other features, like maybe we can do an avatar in that and he gets upgradations like a better pillow, better mattress, like a fun plus also healthcare. So both together. I mean, is it possible though?
See, as a product, anything is possible, but I personally don't find any benefit or a strong use case attached to it.
Yeah,
I mean that's my personal take.
use case in the sense people don't sleep properly.
That's what I'm saying. As an individual at the moment, personally, I don't feel a use case attached to it. But
Okay.
it might appeal for someone else. Definitely, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if you maybe go talk to, doctors that treat
Insomniac patients.
insomnia,
Yeah.
and if you want to provide a, sort of like a incentive tool or a SaaS tool to doctors who operate insomnia, and the question is how much would they be willing to pay for each patient, and how much a patient is willing to pay for an incentive tool like that. For maybe this is a great way to track information and engage people to sort of like use some tools. But again, you need to think about, like Varun is saying, a more directed use case and sort of like a model where somebody is giving some value that can be shared among the participants who are helping you track information. For sure.
Sure, sir. Thank you. And the other one was using NFT. Can we do a platform or something that shares the family tree? Family tree is something that everybody needs to know, like who are, from which generation that they have come, who are their grandfathers. Now, the history of it. We could be like a platform or an app where you can store your family history, and that's just gonna be there.
And what happens after that?
Isn't that great to know about your family history?
No, see, the whole idea is when you are creating a pitch, who's your consumer? Firstly, who are you targeting and for what? Like, if I'm coming to your application, I'll come only once. There's no retention to this, right? Why will I come twice?
Correct.
Or why will I come thrice? It's done, dusted, done. Then, and when you're creating a product, sorry, is it reverbing? When you're creating a product, so obviously you need to think. Is it reverbing? I don't know. So, yeah. Sorry, I lost the thought. Yeah, so when basically you're creating a product, you need to think who you are targeting. Secondly, who you are, am I audible? Or should I come there? I don't know.
Take this is working. I think just you're closer to me.
So who you are targeting and how many times the audience is going to come. Secondly, there are 8 billion people in the world, right? How many of the users are going to use this application? And that too only once. So ideally, if I have to be an investor, I won't put my money into this. It is not beneficial for me. Even then, why do you need blockchain for this? Why do you need an NFT for this? What is the use case? There's no use case, according to me. If you're able to tie me around that, probably I might think, currently, it's just a photo, right?
Yeah.
Why do you need an NFT? Why do you need a blockchain? So,
And the last.
yeah.
Maybe in the metaverse, like just using that, it could be a platform or something. We could put our favorite players, sports players, avatar, and learn, like get coaching from them. Like for example, it's Virat Kohli. We have so much of data of him playing his signature shots, whether it be bowling, batting. So using that, creating an avatar, and people also can learn directly from them.
I like it, but why metaverse then? It's a normal AR/VR game.
Oh, the player can actually interact.
So VR. Why do you need a metaverse for that?
Can't we use VR with the Web 3.2?
That is what I'm asking. Why? We can, definitely. We can do this also and that also, but
All
why?
together we can have.
No, but
like-
what are you... When you're tying up Web3 with this, what is it bringing? This is done by VR itself.
Yeah.
Why are you getting metaverse over here?
Lot of people together, like socializing, kind of like that also, no?
Okay, go ahead.
Like if I want to play cricket, mine is 11-player team. So all together, or having trainings or having sessions with the avatars only, I can collaborate with people all over the world, learn from different players from all over the world, and have fun.
And see their track, which is not
Yeah.
being manipulated, right?
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
tie an incentivization model around it. No, it's a good idea. I like it. So see, now you're thinking big.
Yeah.
You're not targeting only an end consumer. You're also targeting something like EA Sports,
Yes.
right? You're targeting businesses.
Yes.
That's a huge plus. Now, see, now I'll go to someone else, but think around the tokenomics attached to it. From where will the rewards flow? What will happen? Ranking system, everything. If you're able to come up with this, it's a good idea.
Do you think this one is gonna, if you do proper research?
Definitely. I mean, amongst the ones that you have mentioned, I would give a nod to this.
And also the same kind of idea, but what if I want to limit it to like just a gym or just some sports, like putting sensors all together, collaborating? Is it too vague?
I didn't get it.
Yeah, okay. So maybe like a metaverse gym land, something like that. So all the gym freaks are together in a room doing all their workouts with the sensors or something. And we do have games in that so that they can level up their equipments. Like the avatar does it in the metaverse, but they are actually moving their phones or what's out like that. So fitness also happens, plus there is also metaverse.
Once you're able to involve avatars and everything, then eventually you can scale it, definitely. You can add multiple things.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can.
Yeah, that's it for now.
Thank you so much. I mean, I like the last one overall.
I do want to summarize some of the things that Varun is trying to point out, right? Like, you have to ask this question when you're choosing the idea, whether, just for you to go on the line of inquiry, whether this can be done without Web 2 or why are you using Web 3, number one, right? I mean, you must have noticed that a lot of the Web 3 essence comes from decentralization. Decentralization means like people can still run cabs without Uber. Decentralization means people can still deliver food without, if you don't have that central entity like Swiggy, Uber, who are the middlemen, and when you bring in that decentralized nature of operation and redistribute value creation among the stakeholders who are participating in the network, you effectively are bringing in the essence of why Web3 is coming in. Varun, is that
correct?
fair?
That's correct.
So I think you have to think about why Web3, but when you think about why Web3, you have to think about how you are decentralizing something, and removing the Uber from Uber, basically. And how your program is going to be the new Uber that is running autonomously, bringing the taxi drivers and the passengers together, almost,
Yeah.
basically. Right?
Removing the central entity completely, making it more decentralized, incentivized, tokenized.
And when you're doing that, Web3 becomes relevant, Web3 tools become relevant, because then you will start learning what the tools are. But while you're doing ideation, make sure that you guys are paying attention to the decentralization nature of Web3, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Varun. Hello, sir. So our idea was in the domain of decentralized finance. So we wanted to come up with a platform that enables crypto asset lending and borrowing. So in this, so this type of platforms already exist. So, but then we thought we would come up with a platform where we will be able to track their, when I go to a bank, they see my credit score in order to give me either, if they want to give me a loan or not. So we wanted to come up with something of that sort, a credit score for DeFi loans. So that's our main USP of our platform. And in this, we wanted to integrate a DeFi wallet. And here we wanted to use two types of loans. First loan would be like a traditional bank loan, where we go to a bank, bank checks our eligibility, and they decide if they want to give us a loan or not. This takes so much time, so we wanted to write a smart contract that directly checks our eligibility and grants us a loan. So there is no central entity, so that's why we wanted to use Web3 over here. And then we also wanted in current space, flash loans, that is instance loan, are becoming a trend. Like apps like Navi are using, hold most of the market share in instant loan segment. So we wanted to try something in Web3 space as well. So we were thinking of granting flash loans where user can be given loans without any verification, but then using smart contracts and all the entities, all the attributes that blockchain possesses in order to strengthen this. So this was our idea. So what do you think about it?
I'm sorry, I don't find anything new in this. Has been done multiple times, and I guess almost everybody is doing everything around DeFi, and because that is the major economy. So for me, it is not that appealing, but as a product, once we see how you're developing it, might work. As an idea, currently, I'm not sold on this.
You know, there is obviously collateralized lending that is happening.
Yeah, there is every type of lending.
Yeah. So
There is every type of loan available right now. And secondly, when you said anonymous, that is Web3. You are anonymous. It's just your account address. That's it.
what is, how do you, I mean, are there any uncollateralized lending happening? No. Under-collateralized is happening.
Under-collateralized is happening.
Uncollateralized
Uncollateralized is not happening yet.
So one of the opportunities that in the market that people are trying to figure out, which has not been the case, is uncollateralized lending, right? So, I mean, I think the world will get there when it gets there, but today that's not the case because that's closer to Web 2, right? We had started with over-collateralization, you know, and now we are at under-collateralization, but there is no collateralization issue has not happened. So you talked about how you want to collect data and approve loans, but you should take a look at what's happening in the DeFi space and see if you can find a different approach to come up with a unique approach for no collateralization.
What am I doing with the credit score again?
Yeah, so that's what he was
yeah, like now I want to understand. What you are doing with the credit score?
See, like when we are going to basically there is no credit score for like DeFi lending. Like how do I put this? Okay. So okay. Currently, like when I go to platforms like Ava that offers the service of DeFi lending, how do they offer me this service? They check my portfolio, they check if the collateral is satisfactory. That is, the loan amount that is more than, if my collateral amount is more than my loan amount, they are going to grant me, right? So instead of checking that collateral, what we can do is, depending upon the past transactions in our platform, we can mark them with a credit score type of a score that will say, this person is a good spender, like he's a good, what do you say? Like, basically, he's a good customer, so we can grant them loan.
Okay, and tomorrow if I'm not returning the loan then?
So that's where smart contract comes in, where it cancels the whole transactions in the chain. So
how? I just took the entire loan, I dumped it somewhere else, I closed my account, then what happens?
That is what we need to figure out, I guess.
See, this is the issue with Web3 right now, right?
Yeah.
Nobody can track me back. I can just create a new account and can move forward. So that is the reason non-collateralized loans, at least in Web3 space, we are not there yet. If you can come up with something algorithmically which can solve this, huge plus, huge benefit, I'm all ears. But currently, I don't think we are there yet.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Thanks.
so the opportunity, I think you are identifying a problem that's there in the Web3, and there is no solution in the market today to have no collateral loans, primarily for the reason that Varun is pointing out, that you cannot track the users back, and it's a global platform, right? So somebody taking a loan in China can take the loan and disappear, and you can't really get that person back. So how do you tie these strings so, you know, like to enable that? I mean, that is a big problem. If you solve that big problem, I think that is the holy grail for Web3, but you know, like I said, like Varun is also pointing out, we are not there yet, but if you have an idea that can address that issue, then it's a big holy grail to solve for.
And
sure.
ideally, that will be a game changer for Web3, by the way.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, sir. So, in view of the recent events when Taylor Swift announced her tour tickets, so what's been happening is there have been many fraud sales of those tickets. So, keeping that issue in our mind, we were thinking about, you know, creating those tickets as NFTs and selling them. So, wherein this will also have many other benefits like resale of those tickets will be organized, and then we could also give them incentives like access to fan clubs or rewards for few lucky winners, in order to keep that interaction fun with the musicians or the creators and the audience. And then a piece of digital art so that it shows proof that they have attended that concert. So this is mainly towards the music industry. So I just want to know your thoughts.
I've done a POC around this particular application like a couple of years ago. So we call it creators economy. So basically a creator generates their own economy. Based on that, they would create their merchandise, the token that they would be creating. So there would be a creator token attached to it. So when we did a lot of research on this, personally, unless and until you're not able to get those kind of artists who are really big onto your platform, the platform won't be a success. Because in order to firstly invest into that artist is supposed to be well known. They should have already a merchandising industry set up for them. Secondly, when I'm buying a token which is attached to their name, where all can I use it? Right? That is what even you are trying to solve, if I understand.
So can you come again?
How much were you able to hear?
Voice is not audible.
Okay, one. Yeah, this is better, right?
Yes, sir.
So should I repeat from the scratch?
Yeah.
Okay. So rest of you guys can take a chill. So see, earlier, a couple of years ago, I have worked on the similar product, which was around a creator's economy. The only issue was finding those sort of creators who definitely have a very big industry or a back attached to them. Now, when these people come on board to your platform, what are you offering? What are you offering for them? A single platform where they can actually announce their concerts, they can create their token, they can generate their merchandising, and they can generate the backgate passes, and they also get a chance to interact with the audience. Right?
Yes, sir.
Right. Based on what? The token that they are creating. So any individual user, by the way, I just gave you an idea overall. So any specific individual user who holds, what is the name of the artist you mentioned, sorry?
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift. So let's call it a Swift token. So any individual user who's holding certain number of Swift tokens would be able to get merchandise worth this much if he has staked into that artist, correct?
So, but what if we don't have Swift token and we have a common token for the application we build, not according to the creator, but according to the application? Like,
it boils down to the same thing, right? You will have to distribute amount to these creators also via the single token itself. So initially, all the creators, they are supposed to invest in your token, right? In order to create that particular section on your platform. Or how are they going to create anything around that? What is your thought?
What I was thinking is we would have a common token for every artist. So it will be according to the platform, but not according to the creator.
Okay. So let's say I am Taylor Swift. So I own your token. What is your name?
Shreya.
Shreya token. That's the name of the platform, right? Shreya. So it is distributed. The token is launched. I, Taylor Swift, own Shreya tokens. I come to your platform. Then what happens?
Then we will be selling your tickets and you will be given profits or, towards like whatever we earn from the tickets.
You are not solving the bigger challenge over here. You need a community.
So Taylor Swift's fan base is our community.
If I have to book a ticket, I'll book a ticket from Book My Show or some local or regional or national product which is used over there.
No, but we are the platform who will be giving tickets in form of an
So that simply means Taylor Swift has to cut ties with all the other platforms she's already part of?
Yeah, kinda.
I don't think she'll say yes to that.
I mean, we could extend this to YouTube influencers maybe.
See, I just asked one question, you changed the overall idea, who are you going to target?
Well, let me so guys, I think what we will do is what Varun is trying to point out is these are real questions that, see, ultimately tomorrow, if you have a great idea, you want to build a company around it. You want to build a solution around it. You want somebody to use your solution. And when investors are looking at it, and when you're looking at your ideas, you want to obviously ask these questions to yourself. Today, you guys are at an early stage of defining ideas, but when you're thinking like a Web3 developer, you need to ask these questions, and you need to do some research on who else is using it, what is the utility of your product, and how can you make it, in a way where it gets highest adoption at the end of the day. Am I correct? So one is, why don't we do this? We'll make a list of questions that you need to ask for your idea, and you need to research whether you have checked the boxes for these ideas. The more you do those checks and balances, the better your idea, because the jury tomorrow is going to ask you the same questions, similar questions. So the more prepared you are with those questions, the better your ideas will be when you actually answer those questions, right? I mean, honestly, I think these guys are coming from the very basic.
See, definitely, there are some really nice ideas. As I said, like, you guys are currently in your first year, second year, I suppose?
Yeah.
Third year.
Thinking about all of this is pretty good. I mean, I was not up to your level when I started coding, but definitely you guys are definitely on the very right track. The only thing is, ask yourself right set of questions.
Correct.
Who are you targeting? What is the community that you're targeting? Secondly, what is the niche that your product is offering? Fourthly, how are you going to generate economics around it? If these 4 or 5 questions are set for you, you will definitely end up understanding that this particular product or the pitch that I'm going to make is valuable to the listener or not. That's it, nothing else.
So, no, absolutely. Again, guys, Varun is a senior developer in the industry, has developed multiple products, has been 3 years in Web3, is almost like 15 years in Web3. So that's how fast the Web3 industry has evolved. And honestly, I think, Varun has taken a very generous leap to come here, to spend time with you all. But the whole point is to give you feedback so that you can think about these questions when you're thinking of ideas, right? And again, for people who have ideas, you need to ponder on your ideas and answer these questions in the pitch deck, saying why I'm using blockchain, why we will decentralize this, how many people will this project be used by, what is the problem you're trying to solve, what are the economics, what will be the tokenization. Some of these questions you have to do research and come up answers with. And for the teams who are looking for ideas, I think the number one thing we need to do is you guys need to sit down, look at the list of ideas that we have collected, right? And see what ideas what problems are you resonating with. I think mental illness is definitely one of the world's largest problems out there. And I think the line of thinking of anonymous interactions is very interesting. The question is, how do you make it, Web3, and whether there is an opportunity to create a decentralized solution that people can build with, because technically, once you touch Web3, you know that this is a global, platform, and whether decentralizing such an activity makes sense. But honestly speaking, what I suggest is you guys have to now sit together as teams, people who don't have ideas, look at the list of ideas and see what problems resonate with you. That is a start. Once you know what problems are resonating with you, we will basically, obviously, narrow down your choices and see which problems that you want to go through, and obviously look at in depth answering some of the questions. Now, the more important thing you have to understand is you're still at the idea stage. You're still at the idea stage, and you need to worry about the build, and we will share all the information that you need to how to build. But answering these questions up front will only help you, because if tomorrow you come and build something and you have not answered one of these questions, then you'll have to restart with finding a new idea, right? So knowing these questions up front is a plus. So I know people, hold on, has everybody filled out the form? 36. So not everybody, but has all teams filled out the form that we gave you? I'm going to take a quick round of share of hands. If your team has filled out the form, raise your hand. Okay, so why don't we take 5 minutes recess? In the meantime, you fill out the form, everybody, and we will, assume the session one more time. But take 5 minutes break, fill out the form that has been sent on the Discord channel. Guys, this is about your team. Please fill out the form, and we will restart the session in about 5 minutes after you fill out the form, please. Everyone? Can you please fill out the form? Yep. Okay. Hey. Hold on, I'll come back. Yeah. So first let me share the templates with you and we will come back to you. Yeah? Yeah. No, this is fine. यही बताना है. Deepak, can you put that presentation up? Yeah. And then I will also, a repository, I will create the repository. I want you to walk through people, how people will do it, right? And
Create the repository and then we give them first. I'll send out the form.
so tomorrow morning, let's do it.
Yes.
Tomorrow morning, we will show them everything. Today,
Today we'll show them and ask them those who don't have
ये presentation दे देंगे ना उनको at least.
presentation अभी आप walk through करते हो presentation क्योंकि फिर क्या होगा कल करेंगे फिर और
Dhruv, walkie. इसका वो क्या है? देख ये है क्या पीछे का थोड़ा हटा लैपटॉप ऐसे हटा.
Guys, just so you know, I just wanted to clarify to Varun that you guys have not been briefed on token economics and incentive structures, okay? Which is also a building block for Web3 applications. And we will do, me and Varun will do a session for you guys on online in the following week after we get through this first phase of things. To sort of walk you through what this token economics means or what the economics are and how to think about incentivization and models. So please don't worry about it. We will share more information on the same. And there is a lot of material that you need to go through the build cycle to make sure you incorporate some of this in the models. Yeah? But any other comments, Varun? Because I want to show them the template of the presentation that they need to put together also. Yeah?
Yeah, sure. I'm good. You guys can definitely fire your questions to me on LinkedIn. I'm more active over there. So probably I'll just share it somewhere or on Discord I'll drop it. You guys can connect with me over there and I'm more active over there.
The link to
Yeah, rest.
Which link?
I suppose he has already mentioned that we'll try to cover the topic probably over the coming weekend, which is going to be Saturday or Sunday. So keep yourself slightly free. And then also I'll give you a brief idea about the overall starting to end, how to create a product, think about a product, and how to target that like GTM strategy, that is known as go-to-market strategy for a particular product. Right? Perfect. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Are you going to be here or are you leaving? All right, guys. So here's just to kind of give you set the context. The whole idea of building a hackathon solution is, from your perspective, an internship, right? Guys, can I get your attention, all of you, back there? Has everybody filled out the form? Everybody filled out the form? Okay, do I tell you something? You'll be going home in 45 minutes or less. If you give me time, maybe lesser. Okay? Yes. So to do that, I'm going to quickly show you the presentation that you need to use to fill out for your deliverable for your education certificate. Okay? And for the people who will continue to build, there will be a lot of material shared with you, the libraries of information that you need to work with your team and then start building. But as far as, when you are defining a problem or choosing a solution, this is what you need to pay attention to. And the people who don't have ideas, we will basically recommend, now you have a team. I want you to sit down with your team and look at, all the ideas that have been collected. We have shortlisted some ideas that we think are good ideas from the list we saw, all the 1,300 ideas. And we have basically created, we have the list that we have shortlisted the ideas, the yellow, Praveen has shortlisted ideas. We have it. So we need to shortlist that in an Excel file and share it with everybody.
Okay.
So let me, can you put this?
You're figuring out, yeah. 1 second.
Okay, so let me share first the presentation, and I'm going to share the list of ideas with you, which I want you to go over with your list, with your team. And I want you to select an idea that you find it relevant. If you don't find anything interesting in that list, then I want you to come and sit with us, and we will do a corner session with the teams that still need idea. Is that a fair understanding? Everyone? Yes. Okay. So, but before that, I would do two things. I would basically show you the presentation that you need to fill. But let me tell you the importance of this format. This format of presentation is used for investors, people who are looking to invest in your idea. You remember, like, just so you know what is the value of an idea at an idea stage? What is the market rate of an idea? Can somebody tell me what is the market rate of an idea in the Silicon Valley? A market rate of an idea could be anywhere between $1 million to $5 million. That means it can be anywhere between 8 crores to 40 crores. Now, you guys are doing this is your first time, you're engaging with Web3, and this is not the last time, but you have to understand, if you are able to follow this presentation, think about the questions, answer. Look, it's very easy to Google something and use that idea. But the whole idea here is to come up with something new, something fresh. One example was what was presented was, okay, I will be a marketplace, but I will be servicing customers within a metaverse, and there is, I think, the mental illness, problem is a very big problem. So the first thing, when you're thinking of an idea, you have to understand clearly whether you're solving a big problem or you're not solving a big problem. So I'm just going to give you a quick summary of this pitch deck that you need to build with your team. And this has to be done by tomorrow evening. So, and this has to be submitted online. Now, I would like to quickly walk you through the presentation. So please go back on the first slide. Okay, you're entering your team name here. Now that you have your teams, I want you to come up with a very good team name. Can you do that? Yes. Easier than token economics, right? Yes. So one is, you first have to come up with your team name. Come up with something cool, because that name is going to be used everywhere when we call you, right? So your team name, next. You want to put the topics of the slides, what you're going to write. You can obviously put the names of the slides, or you can try to explain what you're trying to explain, but put an overview, next. The team, your team members' names. Easy so far? Easy so far? Next. Mention the track which you're going to build the solution. Now, I want to point out the track. What is a track? I'm sure you guys have seen something online where it says a different company name that you're building the solution for, right? Now let me explain what this means. Let's say there is a hackathon happening, and Google comes and Microsoft comes, and Netflix comes and say, we want to participate in this hackathon, right? What it means is Google, Microsoft, and Netflix, they are running their own track. That means they want people to participate and they will reward for these tracks. Right? So people who are participating and people who are making a submission on that track, they will select your solution, and if they like your solution, they will basically give you the prize monies. Right? Now, it doesn't matter which track you're submitting it on, till you submit the submission and you build on it, you do get an internship certificate. You get your education for submitting idea, but if you build and submit a solution, then you basically get an internship certificate, right, from the company. But you get prize money if they select your solution as a winning solution. Okay? So you need to mention which track, and track means you're building it for that company, basically. Right? Next. So when you go for submission, it will give you the option of which track you're submitting. Yes. Very good question. How do you decide which idea is relevant to which track? Right? Now let me explain. There are multiple companies that are currently building, and we sort of purposely did not force fit you into one solution. For example, if Netflix is running a track, right, or let's say Facebook is running a track, what is more relevant to Facebook? Social media innovation. Let's say HSBC Bank is running a track. What kind of applications are good for HSBC? Finance, banking, right? If, let's say, Google is running a track and they say, we want solutions for a company called Nest, which makes appliances for Google. IoT solutions, right? So every company will look for solutions that are relevant to them, right? Now, in terms of Polkadot, so Polkadot has many companies on their platform, right? Just like I said, Google has Nest, Google has Android, Google has so many other companies, right? So Polkadot has Robonomics. We have multiple tracks that are being run. We have Chingari. People who are working in social media can put it on Chingari track, which is a TikTok track of India. So you can basically look at multiple tracks and put the solutions based on relevance to the company and what the company does. And all you have to do is Google what the company does and you will know what the company does. Now let's just say your solution doesn't fit any of these buckets, then you can build on Polkadot. Because Polkadot is a central chain. It's like Google, it can have multiple companies within it, right? So if none of the companies fits your profile, then you can build on Polkadot track, right? Or if you, let's say you don't want to build on Polkadot, and if you want to build on some other chain, then there is an IBC track, which is open to all chains. So you can choose a track based on how relevant the company is. And if you don't know if none of these companies are relevant to you and you're building on Substrate and Polkadot, because we will be giving you a lot of training on Substrate and Polkadot, and we have trainers for Substrate and Polkadot, so you'll have support for Polkadot, right? So if you want to build on Polkadot, then you can put in Polkadot, or if you want to build on some other chain, like, whether it's Algorand, whether it's Polygon, whether it's Ethereum, whether it's Solidity, like using any other languages, then you can put it in IBC track, okay? So then please put your idea introduction. Try to be more specific about your idea. Try to be more complete about your idea, right? So look, the first thing you guys are trying to do is get familiar to this exercise. We don't expect that you guys will be completely innovative, but once you start developing the framework, right, about how this works, then we expect that you will also think about new ideas, right? So be more thorough. If you want to get an idea of how people define their ideas, just Google how to describe your idea. If you can be more specific about the gender, race, country, culture, people, who will use your product, what is the problem you're trying to solve. If I say, I'm going to solve world hunger, is that a problem statement? It is a problem statement, but it's very vague, right? But if I say, I am trying to solve hunger for the 1,000 kids in these 5 locations, in these 5 orphanages in Hyderabad. Is that more specific? Right? So be more specific about what the problem is and what you're trying to solve for, or how big the problem is. Typically, if you Google, you should be able to find that information very, very clearly. The more specific you are about your problem statement, the more clear it is for people to understand. Right? Next. You remember how many times Varun asked this question? Why blockchain? Right? So one thing I do want you to share is, why do you want to use a blockchain in this solution? Right? And if you understand, and this is very important thing to understand, because this will make you think about what are the reasons and what are the new ideas. If you want to come up with new ideas, you need to understand this topic. Why do you use a blockchain? Why is it important to use a blockchain? Because if you understand all the different types of uses of blockchain, then you can come up with the ideas that can use that utility. So please, as a team, understand why blockchain is needed. Silva sir, have we talked about why blockchain as a utility? Like, why do we use blockchain? Correct. So have you guys heard the sessions where people and mentors came and talked about why blockchain? Yeah? So you need to address this. Again, like I said, there are very advanced use cases, and then there are very basic use cases. And blockchain has multiple ways to think about tokenization, etc. So I'm going to keep going, but I'm just saying you need to answer this question. Next. Proposed solution. Next. Competitive landscape. What does competitive landscape mean? It means competition. Like, who are the other companies who are doing this in the space? In Web 2 space and Web 3 space. Who are the other companies? Let's say you're building a solution, like they talked about OpenSea. But they also talked about how different they are from OpenSea. Right? Understanding the difference between you and them will help you understand what they are building and what you are building. It's always good, and it's also very good because somebody who is looking at a solution and they're looking at saying, oh, this company has built. Now the competitive landscape could be, this company is only doing it in America, but we are building this for global. That's why it's important. Understanding the competition will know the limitations of the competition and how you are better. You could be better because of speed, cost, location. Like, all of these are differences between you and the competition. And competition here means somebody else is building it and how are you better, basically, right? Next. Economics of your solution. If you can dive and understand how is your solution cheaper, what is the cost of service for somebody else to use it. And you can get this information if you can research competition. For example, if I say I want to make a burger, right? How many people eat burgers? Right? If I want to eat a burger and I'm saying I'm going to start a new store of burger, and let's say I bring this burger store and I put it here and I say each of these burgers is $1,000. How many people will buy it? No one. Right? But if I say If I know that McDonald's charges, I don't know what, 150 rupees, and I'm going to say this burger is for 50 rupees, how many people will buy it? Right? So you need to understand how your economics work compared to your competition, and are you pricing this correctly? How are you thinking about economics? Now, I do want to make sure you understand that there is a token, something called a token in Web3 that defines your solution and that defines your way you will define the token economics or the economics for this Web3 solution. But first, let's understand what the market does, and in the Web2 world, how do you understand the pricing will happen? Or how do you think your solution will make money? Right? Now you have to convert that into the Web3 version of it, which is called tokenization. We will talk about that at a later stage. I don't want to introduce that today, but you need to understand the economics of how the solutions, how your solution is going to work. Next. Milestones and timelines. We believe for you to build a POC, there are 5 stages, and we need to know from you, in what order. So this will be an ongoing presentation. Silver sir, we need to give the milestones by each stage of build. Oh, so do you want to talk about that? Okay, POC stands for, how many people know what POC stands for? Proof of concept. Right? Now the proof of concept is, in Web3 terms, can mean that you will build the proof of concept, and you will create a smart contract, and you will deploy on the test net or the testing net, where you can test that the solution you have built is working. The smart contract you deployed is also giving you the results. Now, in case of Polkadot, what network do we use, Silver sir? Kusama. So we will share this information of how you will get there, but what the proof of concept means is the solution is doing what you intended, and you have deployed your solution. When I say deployed, you have published your solution on this network called Kusama in the Polkadot language, right? So, Silver sir, we need to give the list of milestones, and they will need to put the dates, right? So please, can you create the list of milestones? So yeah, so we will give you the list of milestones that you will have to accomplish. You will have to put the dates by when your team will finish that for you to get the internship certificates. Correct? But for people, and this chart will be filled out for you almost right now before we share this with you, so that you can start putting the dates, because this will be required for the presentation day after tomorrow, right? Next slide. $45 days. Sorry? 45 days, yeah. Okay, solution impact. So what do you think is the impact of the solution that may have the overall impact? Like, let's say if the solution becomes big, like, will 1,000 people hunger is solved, or whether it will solve the world hunger, or what will be the impact of this solution? Like, let's take mental sickness, right? Maybe there are 2 million, depression, individuals who will get treatment, right? Maybe there are more interactions. Maybe there are 200 more million interactions between social media participants. Maybe there will be more people participating in curing insomnia. So whatever is the potential of your solution, impact-wise. Next. Summary. So we do want you to summarize how feasible this is, how valuable this is, how sustainable this is at the end of the day. Like I said, I mean, if you are able to fill out all the slides in detail, that's great. If you think something is not relevant and you need help with, you should surely ask us. Next slide. That's it. Correct? So we will basically fill out the timelines for you, saying what are the milestones between the ideation phase and the delivery phase, where you can publish it, and then you will have to work with the teams. For the teams who do not have the idea,
Yeah, I can see it.
we request you to get together, look at the list, have a meeting, see which idea you relate with, and if you are not able to find any idea that you're relating with, then we will assign an idea, and then you have to continue the journey with those ideas as a project that you will use to build for your submissions. Does that make sense? Okay. So at this point, I'm going to quickly ask the volunteers to come forward. Sure. Oh, sorry, I want to open for Q&A first. Yes. Can you go back to the team slide, please? Yeah. Can we go back to the team slide, please?
Put on the slide, please. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so team member, that's name, college, specialization, role. So specialization is what is your BTech in. Specialization means what is your BTech in, right? Or bachelor's in, not BTech. Bachelor's in. Are you aerospace? Are you civil? Are you computer science? Whatever that is, right? And then role is what are you working in the team as? Are you working front end, back end, or marketing specialization? You know, you all can be developers, you all can be, you know, marketing, but ultimately you need to define a role for your team so that you know what responsibility you're taking over, right? Now, when you fill out this, I would recommend one thing though. Make sure that you appoint one person in your team to keep track of the project timeline and the check-in process. Let me just clarify what check-in process is, and we will talk about it tomorrow as well. The check-in process means that your team member who is responsible for administrative, program management, repository management, and marketing management, he or she is responsible to check in with us and give us update on what is the progress that you're making, right? So that's called the check-in process. Once you graduate on Tuesday, but make sure you have one person defined for managing the administrative agenda for your team. Your team will require one person who will do those check-ins. But again, any questions on the presentations? Any other questions? Okay, so can you please make sure we share the shortlisted ideas from us with all the team members here? So this idea list, shortlisted idea list will be shared on Discord, and you guys have to select an idea. I would recommend you guys get on a quick conference call tonight, look at the ideas and suggest what idea you guys like and what ideas. Look, there are two parts. One is selecting an idea and second is the building of the idea, right? And if we have shortlisted an idea, then we already see the potential that it can be built into a solution, correct? So we will give you the list of shortlisted ideas, you select an idea, and then we will help you how to go forward and build it with the material that you need to go through. Does that make sense? Okay, guys, for you, if you have already chosen the team, you already have an idea, you already know now what questions to ask, right? People who are motivated and they want to go like on an F1 track, they can obviously Google what is tokenization, how do you create incentives. it's like this, you know, if I put you in a swimming pool, you don't know swimming, you will drown. But if you know swimming once, you can't really forget it. Can you forget cycling? Right? You can't. Right? Can you, look, you know, let me just try to explain this in a very interesting way. How many years does a baby takes to learn walking? 1.5, 2 years? Right? And it's a miracle that we walk on 2 legs, because technically we should fall, because if you pick up a cycle and you leave it, it'll fall. But we don't. Right? So something as easy as walking, human mind takes about 2 years to learn. Right? And we are talking about Web3. Right? And you have learned Web3 in 9 days. So give a round of applause to all of you. So I want to make sure you understand that you're trying to learn something very complicated in a very short amount of time, and we appreciate it, and I think that's why you guys are here. And for that, at this point, we would like you to understand that once you have your idea, we will teach you how to build, we will follow on, we will check in, and your team members will check in. But first thing first, let's finish the milestone required to be done for the day after, which is Tuesday, which is to finish the presentation. Can we do that? Yes, sir. Okay, done. So with that, I will hand over to Deepak, and I promised you to let you go early today. So Deepak.
Thank you, sir. So thank you so much. Now we will speak a bit about another important topic, which will be covered by Avinash, sir. So let me just put on that. A lot happening in last few hours, right? Like we are moving at such a fast speed. Ek second, huh?
All right, how many of you guys have GitHub accounts? Okay, everyone, good. So very simple, we want to define a process of how you guys will communicate for whatever development happening, whatever presentations happen, how do you communicate to us? And how do we track individual submissions, whatever development to do, front end, back end, Rust, folder structure, everything. So we are doing this in 2 phases. First phase, we get all the GitHub user IDs to us by team name. So whatever team name you finalize as per the presentation, take that same team name, put in the team members and their GitHub IDs in a Google form. We'll share that Google form on Discord. Everybody put in the GitHub user IDs. So the plan is we take those GitHub IDs, create repositories per team, and make people collaborators. So you don't go into each other's repositories. The code is private to the repository, to the team, and that's it. Any questions on that process? Okay, and next, people who do not have IDs or people would want to spend time creating GitHub IDs, please make sure you go create IDs, spend time on how you pull the code, how you push the code, how you merge the code. If you have 2 people, it's a very 1-hour course on YouTube or anywhere as part of how to use GitHub. And merging code, resolving conflicts is a very, very basic things everyone needs as part of code management on GitHub. So I think there is a simple form that we have created. Quickly, hold on. Sir, open the link. This is okay, quickly, it's a very simple 4 field form. You have the team name, you have the name of the team member and the respective GitHub IDs. We will make each one of you, will create the repository and make them collaborators. This link will be shared on the Discord as soon as we have the GitHub ID is sent to us with the team names, we will have a 4-hour to 6-hour window where we'll create the repositories and get the respective accesses set. I think from this perspective, we are fine for now. Tomorrow, we will have a small session of what the repository format of uploading the code, uploading the documents, managing your folder structure on GitHub, pushing the content, having the right README files. So at least we understand and you don't just upload anything and everything there. So we'll just go over quick 5-10 minute session tomorrow on GitHub for how to manage your team name repository structure, and then I'll take it from there. Thank you.
Guys, who has not filled out the form for the team, the previous form? There, because we are 10 missing. Everybody has filled? You have not filled the form? Why? I'm sorry? Okay, even if you don't have an idea, just make sure you fill out the form with a dot. Doesn't matter. But we need to get that form because we need to assign team numbers to you guys. No, you can choose an idea later. If you have not finalized it, at least put a dot so that we can basically assign a team number. It's optional anyway. Guys, if you please, who else has not filled out the form? Fill out the form. It doesn't matter, I'm not asking for your final idea now anyway. You put a dot, but fill out the form now. I need that form now. Anybody else? Who else has not filled out the form? The team. Anybody here? Everybody has filled out the form? Filling out now? Okay. Anybody else? Everybody has filled out the form? Raise hands. People who have filled out the forms, raise hands. Form filled out? Form filled out? Team, form filled out? Everybody? No, like I said, I don't want the idea. We're not locking your idea. We're just trying to assign you a team ID. Right? So please fill out the form. 3 more are coming. 3 more are coming, right? 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So if you have, Deepak, anything else? Okay, everyone, with that, Deepak, okay, with that, I'm keeping my promise to letting you go guys early today. Sorry about if you think this is even late, but thank you so much for coming on a Sunday. Give a round of applause for all of you. I've almost cut down like 3 activities, but I want you to go home. Thank you so much for coming, and we will see you tomorrow. I promise tomorrow is the last day here. And then we will meet again, at T-Hub. So, but thank you so much for coming, and we will see you tomorrow. Any questions? Let's do it tomorrow. Like everybody wants to go home, we'll catch up tomorrow. Yeah. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much.